Hello, chat. How are we all doing today? Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's 12:15. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. How are we all doing? Hope y'all having a good day today. It has been a sec since we last streamed because I have been working on arcade mode for the cabinet. And we just need to make sure arcade mode is up and running and ready to go. So we're just going to be adding one of the last big features, which is the boss fights. This boss fight is currently in the cabinet arcade mode, but it is triggered just in the level select. So we want to... Yes, hello everyone! Got jump scared? Sorry, I didn't mean to jump scare you, Matt. Oh, did I finally get off of BRB while you're on another tab? Reverbial, thank you so much for the 21-month resub streak. That's incredible. That's, I think, the longest time. I think is that my entire streaming career? Did you subscribe at the start? 21 months. That's crazy. Also, yes, Cootie, dog jump scare. The dog is here.
And also subscribe.
And also subscribed. Yippee. Anyways, yeah, so the boss is in the arcade mode, but it is triggered via in the level select, and it just says boss fight demo. So there's two things. I'm gesticulating my hands, as if you can see them. I don't have tracking on right now. What the dog doing? The dog is working, doing doggy business, making that doggy cheddar. You know what I mean? Anyways. So, yes, we need the boss fight to be triggerable via a secret. Obviously, I think the best option is just if you know, like Street Fighter style, not Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat style. If you see something weird in front of the moon, you have to do something arbitrary and that'll trigger the boss fight. Which is how Mortal Kombat did it. I forget the weird thing you had to do to trigger the boss fight, but I was like, oh, there's something in front of the move. Maeve the Siren, thank you so much for the subscription that was gifted by Chubb. Thank you, Chubb. Oh shit, an outfit swap already, huh? We'll do PJ. We'll do Oh shit! I'm T-posing, chat. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! I'm T-posing. Chat, how do I fix this? Oh shit! Hold on. Hold on. I haven't used VRM Poser in a while. I'm gonna hold on. I need to hide Bunlith. I need to check my IP connection. So let me hide that. Sorry everyone, no more T-posing Bunlith. Anyways, I'm gonna talk over this. Basically what I want to do is, can I not? Do I have to restart VRM Poser every time I change outfits? Anyway, so yeah, we need the boss fight to be triggered. And we also need it to have it be added to the leaderboards. It needs its own leaderboard. Come on, VRM Poser. I am T-posing. All right, load, start tracking. Chat! Oh, chat, you're not gonna believe it. My hands are freaking out. There's some connection issue with VRM Poser. That's so funny. Oh my god. Can I like refresh? Chat, my arms. Oh my goodness gracious! I'm getting my aerobics in. You know, I really gotta.
Aw, you're giving Chad a big hug.
I'm giving Chad a big hug. No, I really gotta get my exercises in. You know, I guess gotta do my super frame perfect jumping jacks. What's going on? Oh my goodness gracious! Okay, so we're just gonna turn off VRM Poser. And I'm just going to, hold on, I need to hide my VTuber again. We're just going to do the, just the standard, hold on, I need to turn off OSM. Here, just gonna do just an arm angle. There. It doesn't look as natural, but I guess frame perfect jumping jacks is probably less natural than this, so. Pujadmi, thank you so much for the 3-month streak. How that program called? What do you mean? Are we on a hype train? Oh my god. Okay. We've been streaming for 5 minutes. We haven't gotten a single iota of work done. A single ounce of work done. Right, so I'm gonna turn down. Okay, how are we doing on volume, by the way? Is volume good? I feel like it's a bit loud. VR Imposer. Yeah, I made a connection. Don't worry, I followed I appreciate you looking up tutorials. Don't worry, I followed them. There is a connection issue on my end. We're just not going to worry about it. The problem has been fixed already, so we're going to move on. And get some actual work done. Volume's good? Okay, awesome, awesome. So, the Mortal Kombat secret, when there's something in front of the moon, how does that trigger? I'm just gonna look into that real quick. Meet specific conditions. Coral Snake, thank you so much for the sub that was gifted to you by Oddwolf. You had to get 2 flawless victories in the pit to fight Reptile. Gotcha. What was the moon? Like, what was it? Was it just Reptile? Yeah, 2 double flawless victories without blocking once, and then perform a fatality. In addition, the player must be at the pit stage, and a flying object must appear in the background. The shadows do not always appear. It's just random. It's just a random chance. After the conditions are met, the player will be transported to pit and face Reptile there. Okay, so it's just random. It's randomly triggered. That's what I was going to do. I was going to get 10%, 5% chance of it triggering. Maeve, you're gonna lurk. Okay, have fun lurking. We know you're here in spirit. All right, chat. So what we're gonna do is turn my FOV to a normal amount. 90 is not normal. There we go. Right. So, So yeah, what we're gonna do the same type of idea. There's gonna be the boss. Okay, that looks awful. The boss is going to be in front of the moon, and then it will fade out at the start, and that'll be your trigger. The question is, how do we trigger it? The first idea that popped in my head is just drive backwards for like 30 seconds or whatever. Like, that's the only thing that like easily pops in my head, right? What's a thing that you can easily do at any time that you don't do normally? Is drive backwards down the track. The problem is this track is very much one way. So if we're going backwards, there's a jump here, a one-way jump with a bunch of trash. So I guess you just drive backwards for X amount of seconds, and then it will trigger it. Or maybe you don't move. That could be fun. Maybe you're just not moving. Just don't drive. Yeah, because there's already a void out. If you don't drive for X amount of seconds, it will void out. It won't void. It'll trigger an AFK and then return you to the main menu. Stay in place. Yeah, absolutely. Because we already have a trigger for that. So now when that trigger happens, instead of just resetting to the main menu, if the condition flag is met, it'll load the final boss. I just feel like in an arcade environment that might be kind of boring. Stand still for a minute. I think driving backwards would be more fun if someone else is watching. They're like, what are you doing? You know? Yeah, I think driving backwards would be more of a fun situation. God, it is so funny. I wake up, I put on all my clothes and put on all my makeup, but look as goth as possible, and I VTube as a character who doesn't have her makeup on. She's in her pajamas. That's fucking hilarious. Sorry, that just hit me. Anyways. I'm Speepy. Cooney says Nicholas going to grab a drink and coming back to the fucking dragon tech. What are you referencing there? Okay, so we're going to make a custom shader for this. Right, what do we do, two-sided or one-sided? Looks better. And then we can just do a opacity slider. We just fade it out. Something like that. That's what I'm thinking, right? That's what I'm thinking. How would the bunny look with makeup and even more goth? Well, that's what our VTuber was before. She doesn't even have makeup on. She doesn't even have. She has her glasses and she has no makeup on. I mean, I'm a horrible VTuber. I mean, I have no makeup on. Just tired eye bags. Okay, chat. So this can only spawn on stages where the moon is visible from the start. I guess we'll just go through all of the tracks, because Reptile can only be triggered via the pit, right? So it doesn't have to trigger every map. Got any coffee, tea, or something like for the energy? I got a Diet Cola. And I mean, this track specifically is very sentimental to me and has a lot of history, because this is the April Fool's Day track for the original April Fool's video that I uploaded back when this was just a joke, and it got 1 million views or whatever.
Hey girl, any tips on how to model furry low poly heads? Having issues on that, and since I don't have a character reference, it's hard to do voice track.
Be the crow. Sorry, my text speech is very quiet. Thank you for the 7 bits. You said any tips on how to model furry low poly heads? Having issues on that, and since I don't have a character reference, it's hard to do from scratch. Unfortunately, I cannot give you any quick tips that can solve all your questions for you. It's just practice. Just make a wireframe. It's gonna be better with reference. You don't need reference exactly. Like, you can look up some characters that are similar in terms of head shape and just like trace those with verts, and then try and fill that in. That's the best I can give you right now instead of opening Blender. I can't be too distracted. But yeah, that's a tip, I guess. All right, so we're going to make a separate actor. I'll just put it in the bosses tab. We're gonna call it the BP _ MP read cameo. Okay, we're gonna take this actor, which is just dragged into the level. Oh my goodness gracious. We're going to add Raging Donuts, hello! We're going to add a skeletal mesh. This will be MP read. Spoilers. We're going to give you the blackout mesh shader that we just added. Okay, we're going to... Why didn't that work? We're going to add you in here. Okay, Be the Crow. I know you're like throwing a bunch of descriptors out there, but what you just described is a furry bunny woman. There are plenty of furry bunny womans on the internet. You can use those as reference. All of that cyberpunk, shotgun, black eyes, that stuff can be added later. All you're doing right now is modeling the silhouette. You can find a furry bunny woman online and like study them for reference. You're looking at one, for crying out loud. Anyways. This sounds more like just an excuse to talk about your fursona. I mean, come on. There are furries online, you can find them. Okay, this needs to be a two-sided model, as much as I hate that. You can even pay them to make you a reference. That's a crazy concept. You can download my Bunlith models for free. I mean, don't reuse the model, but like you can look at it. Like, come on. You could download Bunlith and Animator to do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. Wisp says no backseating tag. Are people really backseating on your game? Oh yeah, every stream. At least twice. Yeah. I start the stream. I have this right here. No backseating message on the bottom of my screen. I start with it turned off, and then when backseating happens, I turn it on. I want to say there has only been a single stream where I went through the entire stream without turning on the backseating tag, or the backseating icon, on streams that I'm programming. Yeah, it's crazy. People backseat all the time. Lance Charleston, hello. Alright, so here we go. You are scaled up by a factor of 2.7. We'll just round that up to 3. We are going to move you down. Oh, excuse me. Archdemon says, people see a woman doing stuff and go, I must tell her what to do. No, exactly. Trust me, this didn't happen before I was out. Okay. Striker Dreamcast says, are there any projects you have planned after or are working on alongside Nightmare Kart? Or is Nightmare Kart development your current and future plans for now? I do have... I have a future project that I wanted to do. I've been talking about my cyberpunk project for the longest time. We'll see when I eventually get to that. Okay. Cooney says, as the maker of a singular Roblox obstacle course, I think I know a little bit more about game development than you do, pal. Cooney with the deep cut references. Chat, for those who don't know, some child showed up on my Discord and just started going off about how I'm not making design documents. I think this was after, and how that made me like a hack developer, and they were like, as a Roblox obstacle course person, comma, it was fucking hilarious. I think this was when Starfield came out, and then everyone, all the people who never made a video game before heard an out of context comment where one of the developers of Starfield said we don't have a main design document because that shit's, you know, people haven't done that in years. And that just became a whole talking point. It was crazy. Also, just Fate Alpha. It wasn't a troll. We like investigated the account. Like, sorry, that sounded very professional. But like we looked into this person and they were legit. They were just a child. Yeah, it's one of those kids. Okay, chat, so we're going to, can we just grab skeleton mesh and set a scalar parameter value on materials? It should just be called opacity. We want to lerp 0 from 1 to, we're going to lerp a 0 from 1 to 1 to 0. I know, very, very, that's just my process. I know it's a bit redundant, but that's just my process. Okay, so theoretically, if all is good in the world. No, we're not deleting. Oh shit, I almost deleted the wrong thing. That would have been catastrophic. You are gonna need to be pretty far back. Yeah, like that. Right? Like a classic Mortal Kombat. Yeah, a classic Mortal Kombat cameo reference. I feel like it wouldn't spawn during the, it wouldn't spawn during the intro cameras. It would only spawn during, the gameplay, I want to say. Okay, so you need to make you like 10 times larger. Let's do 30. To grab your shader and change your jitter. Let's do 25. 23, 20, 22. There we go. Strega says, oh wait, hold on, there is some discussion. Be the Crow says, for solo dev, stuff like Trello and stuff to organize ideas and goals are good, but I think more experienced game developers with a big team have better tools and stuff. Strega says, it really depends on each individual's process. It takes more time and effort with less output. It may not work for a solo dev. The docs organization is necessary when there are multiple people on a project, kind of. Everything, like, I'm talking about specifically, this is the problem that happened because someone said there was no overall master design document for Starfield, and then said, but every single aspect of the game was documented, but they just clipped that first part. And I'm always going to bring up the example of, you can't, was it Deus Ex? It was Deus Ex. Warren Spector was like, I wrote a 400-page design document detailing every single aspect. And like a couple months into development, we threw the entire thing out because everything was changing. The problem is police siren. I'm in New York. This happens all the time. The problem is you cannot predict how to make a game. You just can't. You're just going to, it's just useless. You know, like, okay, I'm gonna design a gun, and it's gonna reload after 5 shots. And you write that down in your design document, you open up Unreal Engine, and then you realize 5 shots is is completely wrong in terms of the gameplay that you built. So you raise it to 30 or whatever, but all the ammo pickup map outs you put in your design document is scaled after 5, so now that's useless. Like, you just see how the entire thing just falls apart because you just can't predict something as big as an entire game. You can't meticulously design document it, right? So, like, what's the point? You're gonna spend more time updating your design document than actually working on the goddamn game. So that was the context, right? Like, a written design document that you print out and bind and hand out to your developers before you even started production, that doesn't happen anymore. That's a relic from the 90s. Like, people don't do that anymore. Games are too big for that. Okay, so we're gonna do a fade out. Reverbial says, I think the uninitiated believe that you can write a design document and then the doc survives to the end of development in the same form it started in. Right, it's people who've never designed a game before thinking they know better. It's you know, that's where backseating comes from, right? It's the same fucking thing. People just think they're better than they actually are when it comes to, like, assuming how competent you are. I mean, like, I remember people, like, this is a common example where, like, men will watch the female Olympics and be like, oh, I could totally do that. Like, just, like, random dudes, like, right? And, like, they were, like, surveyed. And, like, I remember this when I was a kid and we put the Olympics on. I remember, like, people who would come over, like just, like, men would just, like, look at the females, like, doing their shit. They're like, oh, I could do that, no problem. You know what I mean? The Dunning-Kruger effect, exactly. Average white guy be like, I could beat Serena Williams in a tennis match. Okay, so let's look at this animation here. Are we gonna crash? Our first crash of the day. I need to turn my crash counter. And that fade out. Perfect. Actually just subscribed. Who gifted that sub? Someone gifted that sub. That was a sub gift. Alright, so that worked. Okay, chat, so this is going to trigger a value. This value will have to be in the game instance, because the game instance is the only thing that has values persist between loading screens. They don't reset. Unfortunately, there is some weird engine bug in this project where if I modify the game instance, it will crash. So basically I need to modify the game instance, immediately save it, and reset the engine. It's super annoying. We're gonna do arcade boss trigger mode. I'm going to make it an integer, because I want it to be triggering different bosses. So right now, if it's 0, it will do nothing. If it is 1, it will trigger the final boss. But I also want to do the Gregory boss and the Nicholas boss, maybe. Nicholas boss might be too long for arcade mode, but I want to trigger the bosses that we built, and by we I mean I, for the main campaign. A lot of them could totally work in arcade mode. They just need to be triggered, specially, which is what we're doing right now. So I'm gonna make it an integer instead of a bool. So, and then we're going to compile. It's going to give us an error because we changed our bool to an integer and it didn't compile correctly. So I'm going to hit compile again. Thank you for the 1-bit beat. And I'm going to, that should fix the issue. We're going to save. And then we are going to save all. And then I need to heat from fire. Fire from heat. I am going to save all. I am going to exit Unreal Engine. We're going to open Unreal Engine again. As you can see, I got so many passive-aggressive comments on my desktop that it tidied it up a tiny bit. I left in some little treats for y'all. BT303, sorry, I am falling behind on chat. BT303 says, all the bosses in the base game is actually brilliant, thank you. Hopefully the bosses in the DLC will be even better. Now that I'm not forced to rebrand everything in the last second. You somehow make bosses in a racing game work. Yeah, I mean that was the whole thing, right? The Souls games are defined by their bosses. And I made I was making a kart racer version of a Souls game. So it must have bosses, and there must be a giant health bar. That was kind of the whole thing. I wasn't just making Mario Kart with a skin. I was making Nightmare Kart. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. If you know, you know. I forgot to read the bit one. Oh, oh, it was off topic. I said the thing, Nightmare Kart. You should be able to fist fight Bowser in Mario Kart. You fist fight Bowser in Mario Odyssey, right? You get the punchy hat. You get the punch hat. And you punch him. Lance says it's actually criminal how under-realized the adventure kart racer genre is. Is that what Nightmare Kart is? I can only count 2 or so games on one hand. What is the other? What are some other adventure kart racers? I guess this is an adventure kart racer, huh? Action adventure, kart adventure. Crash Team Racing, Diddy Kong Racing, and perhaps Team Sonic Racing. Diddy Kong was the one with the hub world, right? Oh, excuse me. Kart Venture. Yeah, I guess no, you're so right. It is an underutilized, underexplored genre. Kart Venture, the kart adventure genre. That is a real genre. I always struggle. I just called it a kart racer, but yeah, it's a single player kart racer game, right? First, and obviously it has multiplayer, but not to the degree that people expect, aka online. Central Yarn. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with chat here. SMH, I got too many chatters. What a problem for me to have as a streamer. Okay, so we have our boss fight trigger value. Arcade boss trigger mode. Oh shoot, I forgot to set the reset. Fudge muffins. Oh, fudge muffins. Okay, we'll just reset it here. So on the main menu. Whenever we return to the main menu, which is basically on boot, or when you finish a track, it will reset the value to 0. Okay, I think we need to do a second reset. I'm so sorry, chat. We're working so slow today. I don't know if I'll be able to have time to work on DLC today. What else are we going to trigger? Let me see here. Hold on, chat, 1 second. We do not need to set arcade mode to on, but we do need to set arcade commons mode to on. Right? Yes. Okay. So we need to do a second reset, chat. I'm so sorry. Okay. So we're like adding a new feature, and it's really difficult at this stage in development to add new features because it's so, there are so many features that you need to consider that adding a new feature, especially like in the main menu or in an existing level, you have to be very, very careful about what you add because, you know, one wrong move and you break 10 different things that are unrelated. I remember an example that I remember was when Breath of the Wild was being developed. One of the developers was like, yeah, I changed the weight of bombs by the tiniest amount, and it broke like 20 shrines. They just didn't work anymore. You know, there's just things that get locked in once you get far enough into development, and we're doing post-game content. Like, the game's done already, you know, so it's very difficult to modify stuff without causing a lot of problems. A digital house of cards, exactly. B, I'm gonna remind you that there's no backseating on this stream. Thank you so much. Is this the new summer bunlift model? No, this is my EP pajama model. I don't even have my makeup on. Hold on, I'm gonna open up my stream manager on my phone. You never know. You never know when a bot's gonna show up, you know what I mean? Okay, so I think that was the last reset of the day outside of crashes. We haven't crashed yet. Honey Zilia, hello. B says, I saw a solo dev describe it as everything you add on one side, you ruin your life for months on the other side. Something like that. Something like that. Lucia says, pajamas are so comfy, I wish I can go out in them. You know, I agree. I would never be caught outside in my pajamas. The thing is, I see people outside. Like, I'm at the park, and like, I was at the park the other day. I was sitting there watching the doggies. It's a dog park. You know me, I like watching the doggies. And, there was this lady walking her dog in her pajamas, and I'm like, that's so brave of you. I could never. I would die. I would blow up into a million bunny pieces. People at universities and PJs all the damn time. Right, exactly. No, Quinino, yeah, absolutely. Totally. University, absolutely a place for pajama people. Okay, chat, so time to build the actual functionality. So we're gonna build it into the level blueprint, because only specific levels that have this, that have a moon, that we can see at the start, which might just be this level, needs to have it. So I want to make it, I'll build it into the level blueprint. So, we're going to grab a reference to the race manager. Excuse me. We're gonna grab a reference to the game instance, which is the overarching like manager of the entire game. We're going to get, are we in arcade mode? And we're going to get, I guess that's it. We're only gonna check if we're in arcade mode. This only works in arcade mode, not normal gameplay. We are then going to, if that's true, we're going to bind, not race started. Basically, I do not want to see, Chat, do you want to see this cameo during the intro cameras? Here, I'm just gonna play the game, because there's intro cameras. Right, so you can see it in the intro camera. I want to see it here, though. I want it to be shown here, right? And then it fades out when the race starts, I guess? SA says, I've never seen game logic done with this event graph type thingy, but it's interesting as hell. I've only ever written lines of code for shit. Yeah, I love visual scripting. Visual scripting is great. So I'm going to open up the race manager. Do we have a dispatch for when the intro cameras are finished? Okay, so I don't think we have a dispatch here. That's fine, we can add one. Yeah, I'm very much a visual learner, a visual person, a visual brained person, so I really like plugging blocks of code together. And I grew up with Little Big Planet, so. Which is probably why I got into Little Big Planet so much. Okay, so we're going to make a new dispatch. Not race started, intro cameras finished. We're gonna call that event dispatcher right here. I guess it would be after the delay, and I'll be before the delay. Okay, we're gonna compile. Lovely Planet 2, yeah, with the microchips. When I opened up Unreal Engine 3 for the first time, which is what I went to college for, and I opened up Blueprints, I was like, oh, this is just the microchips from Little Big Planet. I fucking got this shit. I fucking got this shit. Okay, now we're going to assign intro cameras finished. And then this is where we spawn. The Shadow Pup says, the closest I ever came to this was messing around in the level designer on LEGO Indiana Jones 2. Forge. Before Little Big Planet was Forge for me. And Bia says I started doing lines of code in Game Maker. Game Maker had a dragon. I also used Game Maker when I was younger. I never got to the point where I did dragon, where I wrote my own lines of code, but there was like a drag and drop system, right? Yeah. Okay. So when intro cameras are finished, we're going to... Well, okay, I guess we'll make a random bool with weight. So what are the chances? Would it be 5% chance of having it trigger? What are the chances of the moon? What are the chances of the reptile showing up? Let me see. How do you unlock reptile? Man, I know how to unlock reptile, but what are the random chances of the moon event happening? I don't think there's a single... Yeah, people just say it triggers randomly. Okay, well, we'll just make it 5% for now. I mean, it'll be 100% when we test, but this will be 5%. And then I'll just test it. Like I said, you'll never know. You never know until you test it. Okay, we'll just manually add in. Neuron says I tried making an RTS with Game Maker. I made a top-down shooter. You were a ball, and you shot plasma balls. It was really bad. I wish I had the executable saved. I wish I still had it. Okay. Alright, so let's see how this looks. Released a plasma ball shoot. It was called Plasma Warriors. Was the name of the game. Okay, so that didn't work. Where's our guy? Oh, we're not in arcade mode. That's why. Okay. Are we not in arcade mode? Be the Crow says, I like coding because I feel like I'm in 100% control, so it's easier to know if something isn't working and is my fault and easier to localize the issue. See, I'm the exact opposite. I do not. I feel in control 100% when I do visual scripting. Just because of the way my brain works, right? We are in arcade mode, okay. So why isn't that triggering? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Plasma Warriors 2 when? Arcade mode's false. Okay, I don't think I can jump into arcade mode with a debug. in our debug mode. So we're gonna do a third reset, baby. Let's fucking go. Third reset. Third reset. Plasma Warriors VR. Hell yeah. No, there was like the first mission was just like kill a bunch of bad guys. Remember, I made all the sprites myself. You know, it was like MS Paint sprites. They weren't good, but I made them all myself, and there weren't any errors or anything. They were set up, you know, I made sprite sheets and everything. And the second level, you were back at base, and I used the error messaging pop-up system to do dialogue, because I didn't know how to write it myself. So like a warning would pop up, and that would be the text that the character says, and you have to press OK to close it. That was great. I had a lot of fun with that. And the third one was like you had to like infiltrate an enemy base. So there was grass, and you had to go inside to the base, and then it would use the same tile set as the first level. And there was like a secret enemy. That was crazy. Error, no, it was literally error character dialogue. No, it was awesome. It was fucking awesome. It didn't say error, but it did. But it like I think it had like an exclamation point icon or something. Yeah, that was my dialogue, baby. And to talk to NPCs, you had to run into. You had to like touch them and then back up. There was no interact button. I only know how to use overlaps. Day 62 of HRT. I'm on day 1170 of HRT. What day am I on? I don't even know. I could figure it out. I am around 1,800 days of HRT. Dawn of the last day on HRT. I came out at the end of 2019. I started estrogen in December, I think. I came out in October, I started estrogen in December. Of 2019. How many days would that be? Chat, someone figure that out for me. And don't you dare ask ChatGPT. I guess I can just Google it. $1,955. Fucking wowzers, trousers. I'm almost at 2,000 days of HRT. That's crazy. I love being a woman. It's great. It's fucking awesome. And another one. Okay, let's try this one last time. Hopefully that's our last reset. Kart, campaign. No, race. Excuse me, Mirlodia Expressway. You know the desktop background? Thank you. It's the main character of my Cyberpunk game that I'm totally gonna make real. It's totally happening at some point. As soon as I have time. Cyberpunk. Oh, there he is. Sorry, I misgendered my own boss. Oh, that's perfect! That timing is kind of perfect. You only catch the littlest glimpse. That's perfect. Oh my god. Hold on, I need a BRB for a second. I have some processes I need to close because it's eating up all of my memory. In the meantime, we'll have Samurai Unicorn to wait for your Cyberpunk take. Yeah, oops. Left side, right side, there we go. Neither Crow says, do you like boomer shooters? I guess. What software do I use for 3D modeling? I use Blender. And it's amazing and I love it so much. It's basically it's second nature to me at this point. I've been using it since 2007. I've been using Blender. Okay, so that was also kind of perfect. So we need to set arcade boss trigger mode to 1 if we see the boss. Go. How will we trigger it? I guess we'll just trigger a death, a no respawn death, and then we'll just hard load the boss. Blender sweep. I used Blender before it was cool. I used Blender back when everyone fucking hated it. 2007, baby. Okay, so we need to trigger, yeah, driving backwards. That needs to be it. So we need to, I guess only player, this will never trigger in multiplayer mode, I guess. Gets player. How many players? Okay, so this only, right now it'll only trigger in single player mode. Okay? Yeah, it has to. If you're playing multiplayer and someone triggers a Miralodia fight, you would load into the fight with 2 characters. And that boss, all the boss fights only support 1 character. So, how many players needs to be equal to 1. There we go. Okay. Okay, so now we can get player 0, which is player 1, right? We're gonna cast to Kart pawn, and I need to look at my Kart pawn code. Hyper Flash with the Joe Cat emojis. There's some good Joe Cat emojis, I must say. Okay. I'm gonna say wrong way. Wrong way checker. We have a consecutive greater than 6. Okay, so we have a wrong way threshold. Okay, so we already have a counter. So I'm just going to print this value. I guess this would be a tick value, huh? Yeah, or not a tick value, but this will be a timer, so we need to set a timer. This will just be wrong way checker, looping. We'll do like 0.5. We don't need the value to be too high. No, sets timer by event, not function name. Plug you in directly. Okay, so twice a second, we're going to check the player 0's like wrong way value. When you're driving the wrong way, it increments a value. When that value becomes over 6, it will display the wrong way message. If it keeps incrementing, then we can say when we hit 20 or 30, we can trigger the boss fight. And I think that would be a nice and easy way to get the boss fight to trigger. And yeah, you're driving the wrong way, so people who aren't in the know at the arcade are going to be like, what are you doing? And then you do it, and you feel like a badass triggering a secret boss. Oh, chat, all the boss fights can only be played by the hunter, so you need to be the hunter as well. So you need to be in arcade mode. The parameters need to be in arcade mode. There's only a single player only, and need to get player 0. Or no, I guess we can get the value here. Which kart racer? Player 1 kart racer has to be equal to hunter, because the boss fights are only made for the hunter. That's it. No bundle of boss fighting. You know what? The fodder carts are a hunter reskin. Unfortunately, all the cutscenes do not have the correct character showing up, right? So there would be an inconsistency there, and I do care enough about consistency, even if it is a meme game for an arcade. So we'll just be the hunter only. Also, I don't know if the hunter exclusive campaign weapons work on the fodder. Even though it's a reskin, they do have different values. So like, the moonlight weapon and all that stuff. Liam says every other character is buddies with the boss. The hunter owes the boss $3. That's why, yeah, that's the reason, that's the lore, as to why the boss only shows up for the hunter. So right now the boss triggers 100% of the time. We'll change to 5. Oh, it's so perfect. You get a scant glimpse. What is that? Huh? What is that? Okay, so we turn around. So our value isn't printing. Why is that? Oh, we didn't set it to looping. I'm so silly. Looping. There we go. Oh, excuse me. Okay. What's the best pixel art you saw in a game? Oh! Anything by Snake Pixel. Oh boy. Okay, so it's very tiny. On the top left is a tiny blue number. Wrong way checker. Oh yeah, look at that. We're at 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. I mean, what if you had 100? Yeah, there's 100. Okay. I guess we'll do 50. Yeah, okay, so when the value gets to 50, let's say, Magnus says, have you often got comments on how the dark themes of the game contrasts with the added comedy silly elements to it? Absolutely. That's the whole joke. that's okay, yes, I think my favorite comment, there is a review. I wish I had it on hand so I could link y'all to it. But it was very well written. And at the like the summarizing at the end was basically Nightmare Kart only has one joke, but it's a damn good one. And it's that, right? Like, this genre shouldn't work with this setting. and that's where the humor is. That is the whole joke of Nightmare Kart, right? Is that like it doesn't work. That's why it's funny. It shouldn't work. Yeah, Nightmare Kart only has one joke, but it's a damn good one. I need to find. I wish I favorited it or something. It only had like 50 views when I found it. Okay, so we're gonna print string and just say, yeah, trigger secret boss. So right now it'll just trigger. It'll just display some text. Liam says, I'm trying to make a silly meme game sometime. Get it out of your system. It is fun, but it does leave you wanting more. Trigger secret boss! Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to set... do not respawn on death to false. We're going to assign. So yeah, do not respawn on death is a campaign thing, right? So when you die, it instead reloads the checkpoint instead of just respawning you at your last location. As a kart racer normally would. I mean, I guess kart racers, you don't die in kart racers. That's another unique, somewhat unique, slightly more unique thing that Nightmare Kart has, which is, you know, there's a health bar and stamina, right? Which is another holdover from, you know, it being inspired by Souls. Trigger secret boss! Strega says, given what you're working on right now, what are your thoughts on making secrets or objectives esoteric and hard to engage with to be satisfying to find? Can you design a game to be both accommodating to most players and have things that are satisfying for those who delve deeper with time and effort? Yes, that is a very good question. Thank you so much for asking. In this day and age, any secret will be figured out in under 6 hours and posted online, so you can make it as esoteric as you want. That's the short answer. The long answer, there is nuance to that, but that's like a pretty good general rule of thumb. It doesn't mean like go crazy, do literally whatever, but like I don't think at this day and age you really have to worry about being too esoteric, because let's be honest here, your game will be downloaded by people with an online connection. Therefore, they have access to the internet. Therefore, your game... Therefore, they will have access to figuring out how to trigger the secrets. Okay, and then we're going to check on death. Has died? Has died, okay. And then we're going to deal 9999 damage to the cart. Apply damage. Damage causer, I guess, is itself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Let's do light damage. Strega says, what if you make a game that is the only way to progress is through esoteric secrets because of the internet? That's a bit different. I feel like people, if it is required to progress, There is definitely a place for that type of game. But that does have a negative connotation because video games there are expectations that someone can solve a video game on their own. And if it's too difficult, even if you can't find all the solutions, it does feel like the expectations going in weren't met, right? Just like, I mean, that's kind of it. It's a game, right? I mean, that's what a game is. A game is something that is designed to be played, by a person. Yeah, that's my take, I guess. Okay, chat, actually, I need to take a quick break, and then when we get back, we will continue on getting this actual boss to trigger. So I'll be right back, everyone. Hello? Hello? We're back. We are so back, chat. Hello, hi. Hello. Hold on, I'm drinking my invisible Coke. Okay. We are so back. Welcome back, Bunlef. Good to be back. Okay, so where were we? We were triggering... Right. Do we have the race manager? Fade out music. Died. Wait 5 seconds. This will be a do once. So yeah, when we die in this special state, we're going to fade the music out, wait 5 seconds for the "you died" message to finish, and then we're going to print a value, which will eventually be a boss battle load. Honey Azalea says, have you gotten a new webcam since last time's issue? Yes, I'm stealing my besties. I will get a new one once I get a nice Twitch payout that will be able to cover it. Sorry, I shouldn't have said Coke, and everyone's talking about brands. I'm so sorry. I'm drinking a cola.
Generic cola drink.
Generic Diet Cola drink. Accidentally mentioned a brand, and now that's all the chat's talking about. Whoopsies! Oops! Okay, yeah, that worked. It didn't fade out the music. I don't think fade out music is set up properly for all tracks. I think stop music is, though, which will just stop it on that exact frame. Chat is not immune to brand loyalty. God, really? For real? We are going to set... Does that just not work? Here, we'll do a call with the dynamic music reference. Do I must have the fade out working, right? I must, right? Alright, stop music is hooked up. Fade out music is hooked up. Okay, so it just wasn't triggering properly. It is hooked up though. Chat, I'm going to kindly ask y'all to stop talking about brands. Every single comment is about brands. Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop. God, I said Coke once. Now it's all fucking chat's talking about.
You gotta replace it with your own brand of Yag Cola.
Yag Cola. Fake brands, you can yap about all day. I don't care about fake brands. I said Coke instead of Cola once. There's the fade out. Okay. It didn't disable the respawn though. I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, I said the true. Whoops. Oopsies. Oopsies. Okay, Lucia says, branding causes necessary suffering to cattle. I get your joke, like branding, but I must ask you to elaborate on the phrase necessary suffering to cattle. Please explain. I'm going to ask that you I'm going to ask that you elaborate on the phrase necessary suffering to cattle. Oh, is it a typo? Did you mean unnecessary? Okay. So now I'm going to actually look at the demo trigger for the level select screen, which is in the main menu. Oofsa, oofsa. Odin battle. Stream NP. If you're equal to Hydra Stream NP, set insight to 9. Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? That's crazy. Is that it? Set insight to 9, okay. And then just open the level, Hunter Stream NP. Ba 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 ba. I guess we should put on, I think as King's Field music is good, but most of it isn't really good for streaming. A lot of it's kind of just sad. I don't like streaming the sad music. Philosophy question. What's the opposite of opposite? The same? What? What? Huh? What? Why was that fine boom so delayed? Sorry, chat. Okay. Sorry, I guess my soundboard had to load. What if anyone has used the lines in the graph viewer to make art? Absolutely, absolutely, all the time. How are we doing volume-wise, chat, by the way? I just rebalanced everything. How's the music? Can you hear the music? While I'm talking? Huh? How is that? Is that good? Is the music at a good level? Music is great? Okay, how about this volume boom? Volume boom check. How is that? Is that too loud? Is that good? Is that a vine boom? Huh? Vine boom? Is that good? Great, good vine boom levels. Okay, I'm going to assume the vine boom's good. Vine boom's good? Okay, vine boom's good. Solid vine boom level. Should be louder. I'll be in the right if I make it any louder. Okay, it should be at the game volume should be better now. It was too quiet before. Yeah, basically Miralodia, this is a spoiler stream. Miralodia is basically Master Hand from Smash Bros. 1 and I guess the other ones.
You died.
Oh, chat, reloading. Sorry, loading an engine sometimes takes forever. We need to remove the placement value. Oh yeah, that's fucking peak. That's perfect. And it remembered our cart. We were on the motorcycle. I had to animate this cutscene 14 times, once for each vehicle. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, well we're just gonna do. Hold on, let me see if I can one cycle. If I can do this in one cycle. Sorry, one cycle has an actual phrase. Oh no! I bounced! Oh, the reset. Okay, so we shouldn't have a reset. Why is the reset happening? The reset, it shouldn't trigger a reset, it should trigger a death. I wrote an exception into the reset volume, and then I modified it for the DLC, so that broke something. I'm already on one cycle. Quinny, you're fucking hilarious. Quinny, that's funny. You're fucking funny. I'm on one cycle. Am I one cycling? Yeah, because I'm on one cycle. A motorcycle. You're so fucking funny. Okay. Here's my exceptions. If you're train boss or the final boss, why? Okay, so we're going to... Oh, shoot. Hold on. I have my stream tools turned off. Oh yeah! 5 FPS sniper car, let's go! Yeah, something is being bypassed. Oh! Ranging Donuts, thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to Toothy Beaks, Joker King, Dungeon Streams, Laser Shark, and Funfest. Thank you so much. And, Red Mage, thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime. Yeah, I can never get rid of the Wiggly Fingers gif. Everyone loves the Wiggly Fingers so much. Okay. So why aren't you triggering? That's not good. What is going on? My profiler tools aren't working. Be the Crow says, what if numbers aren't infinite? Numbers are man-made. Barry, thank you so much for your raid of 7. Numbers aren't real, B. Numbers aren't real. Oh shoot, Raging Donuts with the second outfit swap. What are we doing? Let's do Ravenless. We love Ravenless. Hello, chat. Okay. The largest number is 35,500 and something. What's the number? I forget. Why aren't you? Fuck! Sorry. My profilers aren't running. Hey bro says, where can I get your model? I would like to check it out. I promise I will not make her fight Nightball Seraph light bipedal AC with 2 mounted back guns. It's in my Discord. Let me post an invite in the chat. My bot has been broken for months. Hold on 1 second. In the resources tab. How do I chat? Where's my, there it is. There we go. So let me know if that link works. Okay, I see what the issue is. Even looking at this code, I can see what the issue is. Okay, this is a little unoptimized. You go directly to apply damage. Okay, this is a little bit unoptimized because we're checking one bool twice. We should only need to check it once. But I don't care. So we're just going to skip right past that. Is the Discord for everyone? Yes. And like just you don't have to, like, you can just grab the files and leave the Discord. I really don't care about numbers or anything. Don't feel pressured to stay. God! Why are you not dying? Sorry, I think I peaked my clip. I peaked my audio there. You're wrong. This is why you need to be here. That's the bug. You're plugged into the wrong one. What is this? Okay. Okay. Let's see. This should kill us now. There we go. There we go. Okay. And this should trigger the game over because we have 0 insight. Yeah, okay, cool. So we should be good now. So we're gonna go back to... Okay, we're actually going to go back to main menu, and we're going to trigger this boss like we would if we were in the actual arcade mode. Dating sim of Nightmare Kart? I've made enough meme games for y'all. No more.
Greedy.
Greedy. Greedy. Give an inch, they take everything. What the fuck? Okay, so that's broken. Give a mouse a cookie. You give chat a meme game. Okay, something broke here. What happened? I must have disconnected something. Okay, something hella broke. That should be it. Okay. If you weren't a bunny, what other persona would you be? I'd be a cat. What? I was gonna be a cat girl before everyone bullied me into being a bunny.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah.
You.
Why am I suddenly an AC pilot? Someone redeemed their Bombiwa, that's why. They redeemed 3,000 Bombiwa to turn me into a mech pilot. That's why. That's why I'm a mech pilot now. Can a bunny pilot a mech? Cold hard Bombiwa. What kind of cat? I mean, a calico, obviously. Look at this bunlift design. She's clearly a legally distinct calico cat. Let's be real here.
Nightmare.
What happened? Okay, what is going on? I'm going to do a reset. 4th reset of the day. I think that counts as one crash. We'll count 4 resets as a single crash. We'll increment our crash counter. Why do your big fuzzy ears remind you of Klonoa? Because it has the same spiked tips, that's why. Inspired by Dark Cloud, actually. The bunnies in Dark Cloud have, like, pointy tips. Does the Bunlith mech have the funny furry dices hanging from the rearview mirror? No! No. Mechs don't have rear view mirrors. Is my bunny mech equipped with a biosensor? There are no biosensors. She drives the armored core I made while I streamed Armored Core 6. Armored Core 6 doesn't have biosensors. So I guess not. I guess biosensors don't exist in the armor. Well, there are giant grubs. There are giant grubs in like a single mission. And you can't lock onto them. So I guess every armored core in Armored Core 6 is equipped with a biosensor. So I guess yes, my mech is equipped with the biosensor. Yeah, absolutely. Verbial says, I have over 30k Bombiwa! I need more redeems. I need more fun redeems. I need to make like expensive redeems. Someone recommended to end the stream for 1 million Bombiwa. Apparently streamers do that. They have like a million redeem, which just end the stream right there. That's
You
fun.
need a Pommy Barker reading.
A Pommy Bar. Well, you're not always here though. And
You'll
I'd
have to
rather
do
that
it.
be free. I don't want you to be
Bark economy. in
bark
shambles.
economy in shambles. You should bark. Good girl. Okay. Are you still broken, main menu? Wang Fao says, I'm buried in under 72,000 bombiwa. Hopefully someone comes along with some bombs and frees me someday. Another outfit swap! We're having so much fun with Armored Core Bundle. Let's do Nedland. Why is our main menu broken? This is a first. I've never seen this before. Sorry, that's a rhetorical question. Please do not answer that question. That is rhetorical, don't worry. Now you work fine. What happened there? Okay, I'm gonna keep a mental note. I think it was the leaderboard reset. Was my logo always a trans flag? I added it after that whole anti-woke bullshit happened. Okay, so we do Miralone Expressway. We are the hunter. Let's do a different card. Let's do the pig.
Hunter.
Chat PvP for 50k Bombiwa. You can ban a chat member of your choosing for 7 days. That would be fucking hilarious. Oh my god.
LWMedia Expressway.
Maybe a mute. I think a mute would be better.
You died.
Yeah, okay, we'll need to get rid of the 8th place. I guess I can just hide the entire... No, we can't hide the entire thing. Because... No, I can hide... Sorry, I'm thinking out loud. I animated the piggy! I had so much fun doing... Animating this cutscene 14 times was ridiculous, but it led to a lot of fun little cameos, like the little, like the piggy pogging. Yeah, we love the pogging pig. Ah, the pig. We love the pig. The pig pog. Let me see if I can beat this. Let me see if I can do hoggers. That needs to be an emote. Yeah, the hog pog. Okay.
You died.
Okay, so we get 3 tries. It gives you 9 insight, and you lose 3 insight on death. This is Crash Bandicoot? Did you just boss baby a platforming level? Maybe it should be a single try. I think that's too much. I think if it's a 5% chance of triggering with specific parameters, wanting to try and beat this boss, it usually takes people like a couple tries to beat this boss, so like get a handle on all the mechanics and stuff. So I think it would be fair to give him 3 tries instead of trying to roll for the 5% chance for a second try. I think that's a bit much. I think 3 would be good. I think 3 is good. Oh, this is the hardest part. Oh, fuck! I guess you just get the. That's right. The pig is still in air mode instead of standing. That's been a known bug for a while. But yeah, I guess you don't get the you're just gonna spawn the moon shards out of nowhere. You don't have to collect moon shards. They just spawn out of nowhere. Oh, there's a bug there. That's okay. We're playing an editor. There's an audio bug. I must say, once again, endless shoutouts to Evelyn Lark, the Noble Demon, for recomposing this entire game in 2 months. It is fucking phenomenal. Including the songs that were already legally distinct, they just wanted to have it be up to parody with all the rebranded music. No, at the end, because I was also doing a quick turnaround, and at the end we were both like, 2 months was not enough time. This animation took forever. That was Miralodia's most difficult animation, was that tumble right there, because of all the tentacles. Ah, fuck. I'm so low on health. Fudge muffins! Oh gosh. I'm so low on health, chat. Fudge muffins! In your opinion, should a designer be able to beat their own game? I love if I can hear the sniper boss. If it's spawned, the sniper boss still tries to kill your corpse over the game over screen. All right, we got one try left, chat. Oh, I almost ran out of stamina there. That was almost tragic. I was doing too many boosts and tricks. Ugh! Gah! Oh fudge! Oh fudge muffins! Oh chat, that was so close. This is my last life. Yeah, that was very close. Pink Pog. Oh, we triggered the music glitch. I need to figure out what triggers that. Yeah, as soon as it resets the music, if there's too many sounds going on at once. I think it's built into Unreal Engine. Some sort of failsafe. I'm at half health already. Fuck! I don't know if I'm gonna be able to beat the sniper bot, the sniper beast. Fuck. Ugh! There's a health! Whew, okay. So yeah, the third phase, fourth phase, I guess, it spawns a health vial for you, which is 40%. Fuck, chat, this is so close! Alright, Clark Beast is dead. I mean, the legally distinct beast of some sort. Oh my god, our health is at like 1 pixel. No! Chat, no! Fuck. Fuck. That was so close. Okay. We need to test the fail. It should just return us to the level select. We need to reset the trigger value. Yeah, and then it just resets. Okay, cool. Okay, so, ooh, look at that. Ooh. Okay, oh, pending kill. What's going on here? Carpon ref. This was the load into the boss. Okay, we'll just do a is valid. No, this is last input keyboard. Boost reminder prompt. Okay. Yeah, okay, so we just need, yeah, okay. That's fine. Yeah, basically, you can get a null reference if your character dies or like despawns at a specific time in a function. So all you need to do is just put in a valid ref, a valid check, and you should be good. Paige, hello! Oh my god, how are you? Okay, so that's good. That's good. I'm good. I'm nonelith right now. Paige, how many? I put my music back on. Paige, we were talking about how much Bombiwa everyone has. How much Bombiwa do you have, Paige? I'm sure you must have a lot of Bombiwa. 20K? Impressive. Okay, so when if we load into the main menu, it should just reset our boss trigger. Quoty has 81K Bombiwa! Renegade says, I have 380. I just found this through your animations. Hello! I'm so happy you're here. Welcome. Welcome to the Bunlethverse. Okay. Do we have an arcade mode? That's nothing. Player pressed start. This isn't even used. Okay, basically when we press start, it should just be on begin play, honestly. Where are my other values being reset? This is the save file. This is test achievements. This is, what is this? This is removing split screen players. This is arcade mode serial ports. Music finished. This is the reset. Item Kart title changes. Okay, we're just going to put up the input now. GI set boss trigger mode back to 0. Oh, excuse me. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, that worked though. That triggered. So chat, we need to now set up like this works. This all works. But we need to set up a leaderboard. We need to set up a leaderboard for the bosses, right? So when you beat the boss, you input your initials. And there's not going to be any weekly times. I think bosses don't need a weekly leaderboard, unless it's kind of built in already. I don't know. Honey Azalea says soon outfit swaps will be 15k bomb BWA due to inflation. Okay. Chat, what we need to do is... Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to set the leaderboard. Because the leaderboard is triggered in the main campaign. The post-race results screen, the results screen, shows up after the credits, which is a different level. And I don't want that. I want it to be you just beat the boss and it shows you the results. Oh shoot! I need to make an announcement for Zelda Night. 1 second, chat. Give me 1 second. Oh god, I'm so out of it today. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry about that. I'm back. Hello, Oshel. Hello. All right. So, leaderboard. Why is my my VTuber's neck stiffness is looks like she has bad posture. Neck stiffness. This nun bunny, this nunny in her bad posture. Canonical posture. Are sea otters canon in the Nightmare Kart universe? Sure. Why not? Shoot. Okay, so how are we going to trigger this? And better yet, how can we test it? I don't want to beat the boss every time, and I don't need to spend 6 minutes beating the boss every single time. Does the timer reset on death? I don't think it does. I think I programmed it to persist. Well, I guess that's easy to find out. Okay, so now we're just gonna jump into here. Everything's normal outside Miralodia. I mean, I guess it's a dream world, right? That's the implication. So this is Miralodia's dream. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Oh, oops. They're dragging me for the announcement typo. It's okay, I posted the Yamcha crater. Yeah, I'm gonna turn the music off.
You died.
Oh, shit. Okay, I can't test the time reset. I guess that's not a big deal, because we're at 0 insight when we test. Okay, we're going to reuse the death screen, actually, as a win screen. I think that, like, just imagine that screen without Miralodia with the, like, input initials. I think that should work fine. And that is, where is that? That is way the fuck, where is that screen? That is over here, I believe. Who's that? It looks like a different version of. Who's that? Okay, there we go. Who's that? I don't know who that was. Okay. That wasn't very legally distinct. How much time a week / month would you say you dedicate to dev time? A couple hours a day. I'd say 3. That's 4 hours. I split between this and bundle the animations, merch. I have multiple things I do in a day, but I dedicate a sizable chunk of time to Nightmare Kart. Let's say 4 hours, 3 hours. Let's do 3 hours on average, times 7. So yeah, about 20 hours a week. Well, yeah, let's just say 20 hours a week. Okay, so. Wang Fao says, you do multiple things a day. I struggle to get in one. Well, when you tie your livelihood to your hobbies, the alternative to not working on your hobbies is death. So, you know, we love capitalism. You know, it's a system that totally works. That's sarcasm, by the way. Starvation is a motivator. I wish it didn't have to be this way, but when the alternative to not working on your hobbies is death by starvation, I guess you get things done. And that sucks, but that's the reality that I live in. Okay, so this is camera actor 5. Tacos today? I have some leftover pasta. Yeah, it is really sad. Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it? Okay, so this is the game over screen. Let me... hold on. I hope someone does something about that soon. Yeah, me too. In Minecraft. Oh shit, my laundry's finished. Fuck. Guess I could pick it up tomorrow. Criticizes capitalism, controls an economy of bomb biwa. Curious. It sucks, but it's the best we got? I don't think so, Renegade. Renegade, capitalism is not the best we got. What are you doing? Hold on, Renegade. Explain yourself right now. What's your opinion on anarchism and or communism? I want to hear your opinions. Yeah, so what's your opinion on socialism, Renegade? Please elaborate, Renegade. And your name is Renegade? This is great. I need to hear more. I need to hear more from this person. Both of them have been tried like 7 times and has never worked. Chat, can you please educate this user? Please educate this user, Renegade. I have work to do. Why did they fall? Why haven't they worked? What caused them to fail? I'm really curious. I really wonder. What caused these systems to fail? Was it capitalism? I'm pretty sure it was capitalism interfering. Why don't you talk to one of those 7 countries that got ruined by capitalism and get back to me, sport? Oh my god, Renegade. You think capitalism is bad? Why would you talk to those 7 different countries that tried different systems and got actively destroyed by America and get back to me, sport? Queen says, I wonder what happened in Chile to Salvador al dente in 1973. Weird that happened into a budding socialist society. Renegade, you are completely ignoring all of the examples that everyone else is bringing up. There is no way you are having this conversation in good faith. You are on very thin ice, Buster. Definitely no external pressure on the Soviets. Nope. Renegade, I am going to, I'm going to ask you to please educate yourself. You can rise above the propaganda that you've been brought up with. I do really believe that you're capable of growing and learning. Because there are specific reasons why these specific systems have fallen apart, and it's because, you know, America actively undermines them. Like, it's no secret that the CIA just installs coups. You know, like, this is known information. And I do really think that you are capable of learning and growing as a person and rising above the propaganda that you've been fed since birth. I do really believe that you can grow and change. Okay, so I want you to sit and kind of think about why you say these things, and if you are just parroting things that people have told you. I do really think you can grow. Renegade, okay, Renegade, I think at this point I'm just gonna ban you. You were just sucking all the oxygen out of the air. So you're gone. You are very clearly not capable of growing and changing if you're just gonna keep parroting propaganda in the face of actual, like, accounts of history, and you're just gonna keep spewing out propaganda. Then at this point, I've said my piece. You are not listening, so I'm going to remove you from my community. So goodbye. I'm going to get back to work now. Okay, so where were we? It's the best system we got. How are we doing, chat? That was great. It's the capitalism sucks. ... but it's the best we got. Okay. Chat PvP. Damn, we should have made a 40k redeem, Bombeel redeem, just for someone to ban Renegade. And his name, sorry, and their name was Renegade. That's so funny. Yeah, I'm a renegade. I protect capitalism at all costs. I protect the government. Renegade Points was an imposter. Yeah, real renegade out there, isn't that right, Coney? This is great. This is great. I had a very fun. Oh my god. Skate, thank you so much for the 20-month resub. What does renegade mean? You know, like fighting the system, like being against the rules. You know, I throw trash into recycling. You know, I skate down that rail that says no skating. I stomp on cops. Fuck the police. I spray paint messages about what Elon Musk should do to himself. Some of these are more based than others. Okay, so we're going to reuse the death screen. So what's going to happen? I guess, okay, yes. So I'm going to make a float. We need to basically branch off the death screen into a second version, which will be the post-race rewards screen. I want to use the death screen because the death screen already supports the UI. As you can see, the UI shows up, and the UI is very bad and does not automatically show up to every camera, so I have to manually set the UI up to every camera shot. So might as well reuse this camera. It's a nice view, it looks nice, so we can and it has UI support already, so let's just piggyback off of that. Kippy says, seeing all this play out is like a monster showing up and the hands of goddess casting down lightning and obliterating that chat member instantly. It wasn't instantly. I did try to use reason and empathy and compassion, but it didn't work. So I did my part. Little Rogue says, sorry, I was playing a game when I heard chaos unfold. What happened? Oh, a capitalism defender logged on. You know, you kind of just have to say, like, I really hate capitalism, fuck capitalism, as like shooting, you know, like firing shots into the neighborhood to keep rent down. Same process. Reverbial says, you were much nicer for much longer than I think I'd be in your shoes. I tried. You know, I tried. Okay, so this is all good. This is all good. I think right here is the actual cutscene. So all this is setting up the scene, and everything here is... There is already two versions of this cutscene. If you are at 0 insight, it plays the game over cutscene, and if you have more than 0 insight, it plays the subtract value, right? So we're going to make a third branch here. Oh shit, excuse me. I'm just going to make it a hard-coded value. Literal bool. We can replace this later. Arcade mode. Beat boss. Leaderboard entry. So right now this will always be true. And I guess we will branch off down. Oshil says, I managed to figure out how to make a cutscene for me and my group's project in college. I'm happy to hear that. Cutscenes are fun. They're fun, they're a little too fun. You know what I mean? I feel like some games are like, yeah, cutscenes are fun. Let's make 700 of them. And, you know, take focus away from other parts of the game. Some games get a bit too indulgent with cutscenes. In my own personal opinion, this is an opinion that you're allowed to disagree with. Okay, so I need to look at this is technically a race, right? This is technically a race. Where is our... Which means we have a race manager somewhere in this level. Where's our race manager? Okay, so we do have a race manager. So... Okay, games can be cutscene focused. As a developer myself, I am very much a gameplay kind of girly, you know. I do enjoy my gameplay quite a bit. So, yeah, personally, the type of games that I like to play and make, of course, are very gameplay focused. And that being said, I shouldn't say gameplay focused. I don't like the idea of pitting gameplay and cutscenes against each other. You can have a story-focused game that isn't very cutscene heavy, right? And you can have a gameplay-focused game that does have a lot of cutscenes, I guess. I guess that's less true, but yeah, I do tend to keep my cutscenes short, is what I'm saying, because I like having deep engrossing gameplay that doesn't get interrupted too much. And if it does, you can just skip the cutscenes, right? I'll see you later, Paige. Okay, so this is crossing the finish line. I really need to organize this. This is pre-race. This is the intro camera. Again, this is crossing the finish line. Honey Azalea says, when Doom 2016 sat you down for a 4-minute exposition dump, I was so over it. Yeah, me too. Do we do finish line cross? Okay, so we want to, yeah, start post-race rewards, I believe. Doom 2016 is the best one. I am a bit nervous about, I mean, I guess I'm not going to play the next Doom game. Fuck id. For what they did to Mick Gordon. I guess all we need to do is trigger start post-race rewards. But even outside of that, the game just doesn't really look that good. You know, Eternal was kind of overtuned in my opinion. With the weird, like... like tutorials explaining how to kill every enemy or whatever. That was really weird. This has to be valid, right? here. Overstimulating is a good example. It's just like Doom 2016 had the perfect number of things that you needed to keep in your head. I feel like that's always been Doom, right? It's like you're juggling, even like the original. You like there are a bunch of things that you constantly need to be keeping in your head. I guess that's all games. And I feel like Doom Eternal just had too much things in your head. You had to manage your like your fire and your grenades, and I don't even fucking remember like all this shit, and like the grappling hook and all this crazy shit. And like your gas tank, your grenades, yeah, the chainsaw, and it was just too much. It was overstimulating. You had to look out for eyes if they blinked green. And it just, yeah, I think overstimulating is a really good way of describing it. But I feel like overstimulating kind of puts the onus on the player. I don't really think that's the player's issue. I think it was just too much for an average human to handle. Outside of, like, you know, obsessive mastery, which is just not what you can expect every player to have. Yeah, Eternal felt very kitchen sinky. Okay, so we soft locked here. That's fine. It didn't trigger the other two versions of this scene, so that's good. Yeah, and then the third Doom, which, once again, fuck it for what they did to McGordon. But even if that didn't happen, it's just like, imagine if you stood still and hit counter buttons. And I'm just like, I'm not really interested in that. You know? If there's a purple circle, you press A. If there's a green circle, you press B, or whatever. And it's just like, you stand still, you press counter. And I'm just like, this doesn't really appeal to me anymore. Oshel says, do you write comments on your blueprints? I do. You know, there's one. There's one, yeah, a bunch of comments. Not every single node is commented. I am of the belief that having too many comments is, once again, an overstimulating thing. And kind of just turns it into noise, which in turn makes it, lose its entire point. You know, if you open up your code and you have an essay to read, you know, suddenly I'm not really motivated to code anymore. Okay, so post-race rewards didn't work, because... Why didn't you work? We do attach our UI. Fail insight widget. The UI is a unique widget. Okay. Okay. So we need to add the Kart UI to the widget. Okay. I can do that. So we're going to get our Kart. We should probably teleport the Kart somewhere. Here. We're just gonna teleport him back to spawn points. Okay. Maybe I should get Taco Baco. Hold on, I need to message my dog. Or the dog. So we are going to get the Kart pawn. Okay, let's see if this works. So basically, I made an override, which just triggers, no matter whenever we get into the screen, it just triggers the win screen instead of the fail screen, which we are working on right now.
You died.
But of course, you know, in the final, this will only happen once you defeat the boss. Okay, so it looks like... Is that our UI screen? Is it backwards? It might be backwards. Unreal has a wireframe view? Of course it does. I mean, as a debug tool. But yeah, fuck id Software for what they did to McGordon. Fuck Bungie for laying off everyone. Okay, so the UI did, so I drew a giant square where the UI actor is, and it covered our camera, which means the UI is at our camera. So I'm under the impression it's backwards. The UI in Nightmare Kart is a physical asset that is parented to the camera.
You died.
So that's our UI. I think that is the, hold on chat. Is it invisible? Let's get the, hold on. I think it's because when we died, I'm pretty sure when you die, it turns off the HUD. So I'm pretty sure one of these visibility values is set to false. I might have set opacity to 0. I'm just gonna print all these values to screen, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so render opacity. I mean, okay, yeah. Every people in chat are talking about like the difficulties of AAA studios and like all their issues. Just, I don't know. Just stop playing them. You know, like just play indies. Indies are the future. And I know that's obviously I'm biased because I am an indie developer. But I don't know. It's like once you when you quit Spotify, or like when you quit smoking, or it's just, and then it's just out of your system, and it's just like, you know what? I never really fucking needed that, you know? Like after a few months, and you just like, you know, like I saw the announcement of Intergalactic, and I was like, I don't care. I really don't care about this scrappy space adventurer in her Prius or whatever. Not a Prius, in her fucking, I don't remember. Whatever the fuck that was. Do not even tell me what the brand is. Don't even tell me the brand. You know, I got my space adventure palette very filled right now. My third-person action game, I got plenty. Widget visibility is set to false. Okay, so we're going to set visibility to true. That should be it. God, ever since when Oblivion was announced, you know, they're part of the boycott because, you know, Microsoft uses their AI in genocide. Microsoft uses AI to kill children, basically, right? So, and Bethesda is owned by Microsoft, so they're part of the boycott. People are like, here's 10 indie games that are first-person RPGs that you can just play. And, like, I kind of want to play them all now. You know? Strega says, enjoy what you want. Stuff can't really be forced. If it's a big property you're a fan of, you can be. Like, yeah, sure. I don't know. Does that apply to Harry Potter? No. Like, you know what? You know what I mean? Like, AAAs tend to, like, cause problems to society. You know, like big companies, big corporations. I don't know. It's not really, like, that simple anymore. Yeah, don't play Oblivion.
You died.
Still not seeing our UI. It doesn't. The Oblivion remake kind of looks like slop to me. It doesn't even matter. Just don't buy it. You know, like I understand. Like, you know, I'm using Windows. You can't just immediately scrub everything Microsoft out of your life. But you also just don't have to play a video game. It's a video game. It's not required to make ends meet. It's a fucking video game. Just don't buy it. You know? Like, Windows, sure, I need that to live, right? And, like, I would like in the future to slowly work my way towards being independent of that, but, like, a video game? I do not need a video game. It's a fucking video game. Linux... Kibby, like I said, I'm going to work towards making myself independent of that, right? Even if Linux exists, I'm still going to be making games that would theoretically run on Windows, right? So I would still need to test it. I would like to lower my my reliance on it over time. That's what I said. We don't need smarmy Linux users in chat. That's fine. I think we all understand what I mean when I say that. Thank you. Punlith OS. A Linux moment. Okay, so why aren't you triggering?
You died.
Okay, so our widget visibility is now set to true, but I can't find it. I don't not see it. I think now we're going to trigger the post-race rewards. Let's see if this works. Oops. And we're also going to draw a debug sphere at let's switch over to foregone destruction. Excuse me. Nice one, thank you. That's definitely an eldritch abomination that some people are going to say wood to. There's a giant hole in its face with teeth. Of course people would say wood to Miralodia. Come on. Miralodia's covered in holes!
Died.
Come on! There's more hole than not hole. This fucking boss is fucking Swiss cheese. I love wine. I also love wine. I love that shit. I've become full-on wine goth. You know, I go to the wine store and I buy some wine. Hunter stream. Okay. So we got it. Okay, so it did trigger the record check. This map is not registered for a record to have records logged into it. So that actually worked. Triggering the post-race rewards did work. We just can't see it. I don't know what's happening with our UI. I like wine, but honestly, coconut rum with cola is amazing. Now I've gone all in on wine. You know, I don't know. It's just got a vibe, a nice aroma. Red wine specifically. I love red wine. Wine's a compatibility tool? No, wine's a beverage. I don't know what you're talking about. I love wine. I love damn grapes. I hate raisins, but I love wine. You know, I just Pinot Noir. I'm a big fan of. That's probably my favorite. It feels kind of a basic pick. I guess I'm kind of a basic wine drinker. I don't know. Wine has a lot of pretense in it. But one of my friends made an argument that wine should probably be treated the same as any other, or should be treated the same as any other alcohol, right? You can get a $4 beer at a bodega. You should be able to buy a $4 wine or a $10 bottle of wine and not feel bad about it. Sure, I'm sure there are also $1,000 beers as there are $1,000 wines, but there's just less pretense in beer, right? And that should be the same for wine. And I was like, that's a really good point. Wine is a Windows compatibility. No, it's a beverage, and it tastes nice, and it goes down so nice, and it makes me so bubbly and giggly. Cheap wine tastes way worse than cheap beer. Yeah, to each their own, I guess. I try to spend like $30 on a bottle. Sorry, I don't mean to try and pressure anyone into drinking alcohol. I'm just talking about my preferences as a 32-year-old goth woman. I mean, a nun. So why the fuck can't we see our UI? I'm gonna make the UI very big. No. We know where the UI is. It's at our camera. We just can't see it. Why can't we see it? Alcohol is literally poison. Excuse me. We know where the UI is because we know where it isn't. We know where it is, and we know where it isn't. It is, though. It's poison that doesn't kill you. Yeah, we know that. Drugs are bad. Did you know that drugs are bad, chat? Drugs are bad. Do you know what drugs are bad? Why the fuck can't we see our... I'm just gonna make it really big. Humans love recreationally poisoning themselves. I mean, yeah. You know that punching people hurts them, which decreases their life expectancy? Did you know that, chat? Why would people do that recreationally? It hurts them.
You died.
It's morally wrong. Okay, where the fuck is our UI? That's the spotlight. What else could be? Is the cart invisible? Connie says, "Hi Lilith, I hope you're having a fantabulous day." Thank you, I really am. Chat has been entertaining. Okay, Alright, so is our entire cart invisible? Something is invisible. Poison isn't a coherent concept. Oh, chat, we did it. We're at the define a chair part of the night. We fucking did it. Took us 3 hours. We're at define a chair. I'm so excited. We're at define a chair. Happens every stream. Okay, so our cart is not hidden. Yeah, we're defining a chair. Define poison. What is poisonous? Queen says, now all I need is veganism discussion to complete my bingo card. All I need to do is talk about it. I ran out of vegan cheese the other day, and that was kind of a bummer. We used it all this morning, actually, for grits. So now I can't have it in my burritos, so my vegan burritos. What's my favorite vegan cheese? I've been getting Good Planet recently. It's not the most expensive. It's it's not the expensive one. It's not the cheap one. It melts. The melting temperature is too high. But when it does melt, it's really good. So instead of sprinkling it on top of something and hoping it melts, I kind of cook it into the meal itself to give it the cheesiness. Yeah, that's the one I really like. I mean, it's still expensive as fuck. Most pre-made vegan stuff is extremely expensive. But like that's mostly the pre-made stuff. Just like just like buying a pound of tofu is cheaper than any meat, right? As far as I'm aware, I haven't checked meat prices in a decade or two. Okay, why is our UI not showing up? I'm so confused. Depends on what kind you want. Oh yeah, cashew milk is a common way to make, or just cashews is a common way to make cheese, vegan cheese. Why isn't our UI showing up? Oshel says, now I'm curious, is lab-grown meat like ones not made from a living animal but grown in a lab fair game? So, to summarize, basically, veganism is different depending on which person you talk to. For some reason, it's a contentious topic to talk about honey. If honey is vegan, I don't think it is. We don't have to get into it. In fact, I'm going to ask us not to get into the is honey vegan argument today. We can do that. We can do that next Sunday, maybe. But Dory Foxtrot it's a very good response. It's still an animal product by definition, but there's no cruelty involved. So by some people that would be considered vegan, by some others it wouldn't. I myself don't have an answer because I do not have to deal with it yet. Okay, well, I guess the better question is if there was. I guess I would consider it vegan. My issue with veganism is animal cruelty, right? So if there's no cruelty, then sure. But I also just don't like meat anymore. It's been out of my system for too long. I no longer like it. It makes my stomach all fucked up because I don't have the critters in my guts to process it. So why would I eat it? Cows are so cute. I love cows so much. They are the cutest thing. Right. The people are vegan for different reasons. For me personally, it's animal cruelty. So for me, lab-grown meat, I would be okay with eating from a perspective of veganism, but I won't because I find meat gross at this point. Okay, why the fudge muffins? This is not showing up. I don't know. Aggie, what do you want from Bago? Here. Let me just give you my phone. Shut the fuck up. Here you go. Oshel says, it's actually really cool. You've starved the meat digesting bacteria, so you're essentially an herbivore. Yeah. Basically. Same with milk. If I drink like a cow milk, I am lactose intolerant at this point. I have not had milk in a long enough time that I am now lactose intolerant. And I find that as a fucking badge of honor, honestly. Why do we drink cow milk? It's fucking gross. Sorry. You know why? It's because the milk industry told all of our moms that if we didn't drink it, all of our bones would wither away into dust. They made a food triangle and put themselves on the bottom. You done? That's fine. Are you done? That was fast. Was the bone thing a lie? Yeah, something like that. What do I want from Tago Bago? Raging Donuts is actually not far off. It has a lot to do with government programs. Yeah, I know I'm not far off. This isn't a joke. I'm serious. It's propaganda, baby. Big milk. You know when people are like, big milk, you know, like big car, like that's not a joke. Like that shit's real. Sorry, chat, I'm distracted. Why isn't our UI showing up? Big corn, absolutely. Fuck corn. Okay, I'm ordering. Let's see how many items they forget this time. What'd you get?
2 crunch.
Cool. I got 2 as well, and they're not going to be labeled.
Stars have a cookie.
Yeah.
That's how we know.
Put on my credit card on accident and got to pay this off real quick. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm staring at the same screen while we talk about veganism and Tago Bago. No internet connection. Fuck you. I'm literally streaming right now. That is not true. Hi, puppy. I'll pay off my credit card bill later. Why aren't you working? You are visible. Your transform is correct. You're snapping, like, your location is correct. Okay, what if we trigger this? Excuse me. What if we trigger with this without dying? I think the death is causing something to go on. So if we trigger it without dying, and the audio and the UI shows up, then we know for a fact that the death is causing the problems, and then we can investigate the death functionality. It's not showing up here either. Oh, chat. What is going on here? Ignore the floating head. Okay, so our UI is fine. I mean, there's a sort priority issue. Ricardo, hello. Oh, zoom in and enhance. Okay, I'm going to attempt to, fuck, this is so annoying. Why isn't this working? Donies, please stop advocating for AI. Okay, if you use AI even as a joke, you are training it. You are contributing to its relevancy. Do not use UI. Do not use AI for any reason, even as a joke. Do you understand me? Don't do that. If no one used it, if not a single person used it, it would not exist right now. It also just destroys the environment. It's wasting their money, air quotes. You are actively destroying the environment by using it to a degree that is higher than any other thing that you own or use. Sorry, I got a little heated there. Don't use it. Don't even joke about using it. Do not advocate for it. Just say no. I'm sorry, I got a little heated. I take that shit very seriously. Okay, so we are going to, instead of attaching the Kart UI, I'm going to attempt to attach the player UI, which is a different asset. It's a long story. There are 3 different UI systems that are layered on top of each other. I'm so confused, chat. I think I know what to do. I think I know what the problem is. Hold on. The UI is set that only the owning player can see it. I'm under the impression that when we put our camera, when we change our view from the player camera to this moon scene camera, that is changing the owner, so therefore we can't see it anymore. There we go. There's our UI. Okay. We fucking did it, chat. Results screen. It's broken, but we got it visible. Yeah, there's our lap time. 1:59. That's not right, but that's okay. Leaderboard. Perfect. Once again, this is all broken, but it's working. That's the important part. Okay, that's why, yeah. So basically, chat, like I said, the UI is a spawned asset that is parented to the camera, like really closely. It's very small and really close to the camera. But, of course, what the fuck? Shut the fuck up. What? I'm trying to demonstrate something here. What are you yelling at? Oh, right. So basically, there is a property you can put on an asset which is called only owner see or owner no see, which is basically if the camera is part of the actor that has that asset, it will see it, and every other camera won't. So this UI is only owner see. This is an actor, but if I eject myself from this actor and jump into a debug camera, it goes away. We're not seeing a tiny UI floating in space right now. And then as soon as I jump back into the camera, the UI asset becomes visible again. This is pretty standard stuff. So what we need to do is turn that off when we jump to the other camera. Ricardo says, I probably must be dumb, but the Unreal Node programming looks harder than just using code. That's because the way you were taught. I am the exact opposite than you. There we go. There's the results. Okay, so yeah, it was the camera. Okay. So we're gonna turn up our print value. We don't need to worry about that anymore. Delay to windscreen. We don't have a little wind jingle or anything, so we're gonna set this to. I'm just gonna do 0.1. 0 might break it honestly, and I do not care enough to worry too much about checking that. So let's just set the 0.1. Yeah, I'm a very visual person, so I do like visually snapping blocks of code together. Personally. I do not like debug stream either. It's just, it's just opinions, preference, right? Okay, so we can delete all this shit, all of my debug compiler or my debug visualizer stuff. Do I use Scratch? I've never used Scratch. Not that I think it's bad, I just never needed to use it. Excuse me. Okay, so we should be good now. First thing we need to do is... Where are you? You are over here. Our little secret little scene. We need to hide Miralodia. Scratch was my first programming experience, so I think that's why I prefer visual programming to typing. Right. It's just what you were exposed to first, right? So we're going to turn Miralodia off. Turn her invisible. Hidden to true. I fucking hate that. I fucking hate how Unreal Engine has visibility and also hidden. It is the worst because if visibility is true, then you can see it. If hidden is true, you can't see it. They are opposites. I fucking hate it. So you just have to stop and think for a second. It's so annoying. Okay, let's organize our code. Yeah, it's awful. Yeah. There's visibility and hidden in game. Let me organize my blueprints a little bit. Yeah, that always pissed me off. Why on earth is there 2 keywords for visibility? Cruft. That's why. Because this program is made by hundreds, if not thousands of people at this point, and there's just going to be some strange differences and quirks. Just like, I don't know, it's the same reason why bugs exist. It's just a product of humans being imperfect. And that's kind of beautiful, but also annoying. Okay, so we're going to die. Yeah, so basically right now I set it so if we die, it triggers a win. Basically. That's the easiest way for us to test. Beautiful. See, this is a good win screen, right? I feel like this would be a good win screen. And yeah, so this is an invalid leaderboard. That that feels pretty good, right? Once you defeat the boss and the cutscene finishes, it'll just go to this. Aramira, just a reminder, there is no backseating on the stream. Thank you very much. It doesn't look like a finalized asset because it's not finished. Sometimes you fall a lot longer before the death trigger.
You died.
Are y'all really gonna do the entire alphabet? Are you fucking serious? Okay, so first off, let us, so basically our leaderboard is glitched because this map is not eligible for a record check. Not every level can have a record logged, and this is one of them. So we need to add this to the record check registry. You heard that neck crack? Yeah. I'm a big bunny. Right, okay, so global track record. We need to add... Where's our registry? Here we go. Speaking of cruft, we have so much leftover code back when this was not Nightmare Kart. I'm still cleaning up all this garbage. Okay, so the record check is not the only thing in this function. So we'll just set this to question marks. Map icon would be null, and via we obviously don't have an announcer. We do not have Wes Wiggins doing an announcement for this level, but we do just need it for a record check. Found registered map. Wait, I think the name is needed for the leaderboard. It might display the leaderboard name, so we might need to actually properly name this level as a registered record level. But we'll just see what happens. Driving forward is faster to die than driving backwards.
You died.
You like Wes? Oh, Giovanni? Oh, yeah. The you died is Gianni. If you mean Gianni. What's 159.02? Okay, there we go. Look at that high score. Of course, we don't have we don't have a focus, so we can't. Huh. Okay. AAA. We got the question marks here. Okay, so it's still all broken. Yeah, okay, so that was a problem. We're not focused on the widget, so we can't actually change any values. So there's a bunch of bugs, but things are working. Okay, so we do need a name for this. I guess we'll just call it Miralodia boss fight. Okay. Yeah, Gianni is announcer 2 on this project, or announcer A and announcer B. Announcer A is Wes, who does the character titles, you know, like Hunter, Baby Hunter, and also the title announcements, so like Miralodia Expressway, Angel Arena, right? And then Gianni does the gameplay announcements, so like double kill, or like you died, that kind of stuff. Donnie likes games. It's okay. You can chill out. It's fine. You don't have to. It's okay. I understand. And I'm really happy. I really appreciate your apology. I'll say that. It's okay. You don't need to feel bad. I really appreciate you for apologizing. So our number value is too big. It's still giving us question marks. Oh, whoops. Whoopsies. I changed the wrong value. Yeah, Miralodia boss fight. So all of our lists are all broken because I'm pretty sure our lap level is set to 0. I think so this is effectively an incredibly ridiculously customized race, right? Everything in Nightmare Kart is either a race or a battle, and all the scripted stuff are I think they are all customized races. Okay, a race, a battle, or a menu, right? The campaign interstitial and the main menu, of course, are menu actors, but everything else is either a race or a battle. So yeah, all the scripted stuff in the campaign are customized races. So we can use the time tracking and the record stuff, setting up progression, the results screen. What is 1:59:02? Why is our time 1:59:02? Ooh, that was bad. So the final boss fight is a race instead of a battle. Yes. What is this, like a max value? 16666 39. $1,000. That's 999,999 seconds. Okay, so a value is being set somewhere. Only I would set a time value to be 999999. Yeah. 16,666 minutes and 39 seconds is 999,999 seconds. I typed this value somewhere. If we do a search for 999999, I'm sure I'm gonna find it. But I need to do a bio break, and I think my food's gonna be here soon, so I'm gonna do a quick break, and I'll be back. And we will fix this timing issue. And we are back. Hello, chat. So, where were we? Our completion time is 1,000,000 seconds. 1 second shy of 1,000,000 seconds. Hello, hello, no ice. 1,000,000 seconds. So we're going to... Where is that being set? I'm just going to do a search for 999999. Hello, hello, hello. Because this is part of... Okay. This is part of a sorting algorithm. That makes sense. Okay, so... So our sorting algorithm has failed. Hold on, chat, I'm thinking. Okay, so let's open up our sorting algorithm. Yeah, it's looking for the fastest time. So this must be empty. Our sorting algorithm is failing, basically. So let's see where this is being called. Right here. Owning Kart ref, race time lap. Okay, so we're gonna print the race time lap value. Not here. I'm just gonna make a tick value. I'm gonna close this. That's probably why our list is 0 as well. So we're gonna grab tick, which is in use. Oh shit. Get owning Kart ref, or sorry, player Kart pawn ref, validated get. We're going to get, I already forgot what it was called, race time lap. So we're doing 0 laps. We haven't done any laps. So this time, we're probably in a pre-lap. You know, when the level starts, when the race starts, before you cross the finish line or the starting line in this case, and that is when you cross the starting line, that's when lap 1 gets registered, like, you know, starts. But the time between go and you crossing the starting line is time that needs to be tracked. So that's the pre-lap. So I'm under the assumption that the time for the entire boss fight is all pre-lap. And that's not part of the sorting algorithm. So we are going to print all these values, and I am pretty certain that our race time lap is going to be null, because we're going to have 0 laps registered. Excuse me. And then, so we're going to print this value. Okay, and then after that, we're going to print another value, which is the pre-lap value. Okay. Is the Taco Baku here? Yippee. Yippee. So I think our fix to this is basically as soon as we spawn the screen, we're going to take the pre-time lap and just register a lap time as that is equal to the pre-time. Yep. Okay, so that's exactly what's going on. So I'm going to grab this and this. I got 2 black bean chalupas with potatoes. Oh, nice and easy. Thank you. Can I have a napkin? And are there any hot sauces? Fuck. Okay, just a napkin then, please. No, I don't want Diablo. I'll die. I'll be shattered into a million pieces. Thank you. Wow, and another one. 2 napkins? That's crazy. Okay. So right here, this is where our windscreen, our new windscreen code is. Oh, sure, I'll see you later. So we're just going to add a lap time, which is, I guess it would be the current pre-time lap on death. I'm going to hopefully assume that past Bunleth was smart enough to pause the timer when the boss is killed. I guess we'll find out. We'll find out later when we actually start testing the boss fight by killing the boss. Okay. I mean, if our record check just automatically adds a weekly as well, might as well keep it.
You died.
Hi, I'm back. I'm so sorry, I was muted that entire time. Hello, everyone. Okay. Yeah, we still have that problem. World navigation, why not? Was our time correct? Was our time correct? How's the volume, by the way? Is the volume good? Is the music too loud? I feel like World Navigation is louder than the other tracks that we have.
You died.
"18 seconds? I don't think that's correct.
You died.
No, that's correct. That's correct. Okay, volume's good? Okay, good. 26? What? What's going on here?
You died.
The time is wrong. The time is no longer 1,000,000 seconds, but it is wrong. So we're going to get I'm going to print this again. Okay, so I'm printing the race time on the top left in teal.
You died.
And that should start displaying on the top left. You can see there. Okay, it stopped. That's interesting. Why did that stop? Interesting. Why is rewards showing up? We should be skipping rewards. Okay, so it stops printing. Fascinating. We're going to post this in the level blueprint. Oh, it isn't a level blueprint. Uh-oh. Okay, we're gonna print this in the Kart pawn then. What is going on here? Okay. Time-lapse list is empty.
You died.
The timer is still counting up. As you can see, the timer is still ticking up. It should be paused. Okay, that makes sense. Now we just need to figure out what's causing that, and then we can turn it off. Why is that happening? That's a rhetorical question. You don't need to theorize as to why it's happening. So we're going to... Okay, I'm going to... Is this firing every frame? It better not be. No, there's no way.
You died.
There's no way this is firing every frame. Quack. It's only firing once, and yet our value is still ticking up. Okay. No, why are you quacking? Oh, I think I know what's going on. We need to turn off race-specific timer because this is a... Okay, I think I remember how this functions. We need to clear this timer. So we need to clear timer by function name. This is usually automatically handled. when you cross the finish line, but there is no finish line to cross. I'm pretty sure this is it, but of course we must test, so let us go ahead and do that.
You died.
Okay, that's better. "13 seconds. That's better. It shouldn't be showing us rewards. And it didn't show us the leaderboard. Interesting. Why did that happen? Why does it happen sometimes but not others? So we need to get rid of results because there is no results. Lap times. Okay. I mean, it is, our times are being logged. Okay. Yes. Okay, so that's working. That's good. So why is our lap times window not the correct size? Why is that? Okay, we're gonna make a breakpoint where the size is set. This is just a visual thing, but I do want to see it. Excuse me. Okay, so we're gonna do a max 1 here. This should give us a proper window size. That's better. Okay. Now, wait. So we need to skip the results screen. Okay. And yeah, this is working great. The leaderboard fucking works out the box, which is great. I'm just glad to hear that at least some of my code is consistent. So now we need to fix the the focus issue where we can't actually input into our leaderboard like our initials. You know what I want to do, chat? I think I do want to build a different scene. Excuse me. I think I want to build... I don't want the moon scene, because the cutscene, the boss fight ends with you seeing the hunter beginning to transform into a baby great one. So I think the results screen should be in front of, you know, the baby great one model, like, you know, being all slimy on the ground. I think that would be a better visual. So I think I'm gonna do that. Maybe not today. Maybe we should. Just so we have something to something fun, some art to do. I know this has been very programmer intensive, me just staring at boxes on a grid. So I think doing some art might be a fun way to break up the monotony of this stream. But first, the focus issue. Hold on, I'm gonna BRB for 1 second, chat. Okie dokie. Little Rogue says, I'm gonna disappear, y'all have fun. I'll see ya. I wanna make a new looping animation for the, You messed up your schedule. Oh no, you're still here. I'll need to make an animation for the baby great one. The baby angel, sorry, they're called angels. Okay, so... Show rewards. Where's the leaderboard? That should be canvas 4, I believe. Yes. No. Leaderboard initials input is canvas 3. Okay. Where's my switcher? Main switcher. Engage in combat mode. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this will be user focus, owning cart ref, post AI possession player index cache. Okay, this value is probably set to -1. So we need to set this to 0. Basically what that is when you finish a race normally, an NPC takes over your cart and drives around in the background while you are inputting your initials. So we need, so when you are, so basically this, to simplify, this is a consequence of that, right? Because none of the carts are players anymore. You are not a player anymore. You are not a kart racer anymore. So when I'm getting the owning kart ref and getting the, you know, what player it is, there are no players. All the carts are NPCs. So this value exists to like store, oh, what was this cart ever owned by a player? And if it was, what was their player index? You know, were they player 0? Or, you know, player 1 or 2 or 3 or 4? So that's what this value is. No NPC takes over the cart in this boss fight. So this value is -1, which is basically null. So we need to set this value, right? So we need to set post, what's it fucking called? Post AI position to 0. Because we are player 0, right? Because, you know, code counts from 0, not from 1. What if there was a Souls-like game but with guns taking place in melee weapons? I guarantee you there are at least 17 of those. I guarantee you that exists. Hell, Bloodborne has guns that you can indeed use as a main weapon. Like you can use like gun only runs are common. I've done a gun only run in Bloodborne. Armored Core 6, arguably. Or all the Armored Cores, arguably.
You died.
The Dark Souls of guns. Quinny, you're still here. New record! Okay, that's good. Rewards. Why is it showing us rewards and not the leaderboard? Okay, what causes the rewards screen to show up? It's inconsistent, which is really annoying. Bugs that are inconsistent are the worst ones. You're taking some care of some chores? That's okay. You know what I mean? You're allowed to be busy and not comment. How different is the Soul series from Kingsfield? Pretty different, but less different than you might think. I don't know. People tend to view Armored Core as like a completely different game, but they're very similar to Souls games. There's a giant green stamina bar, sorry, energy bar on the side of the screen that dictates most of your actions. Like, it's the same fucking thing. Okay, so the rewards screen is 2. Is switch 2. So we said so index 1, index 2, index 2, which is show rewards. This is, oh, do we need to set up special stage reward screen? Show lap times. Is arcade mode being returned false? Okay, I'm just going to... That would be so strange. Is arcade mode being returned false? How could that be true? Kiwi says, imagine if From made another Kingsfield game. I think Kingsfield would be perfect for VR. They made Deracine, which I really liked. I think if they won't do this, they'll never make a VR game again. I'm pretty confident. But if they did, I think Kingsfield would be perfect for VR. It would be, you know, it's slow, methodical, very like linear movement. It almost feels made for VR, honestly. I think Kingsfield would have been perfect. But that's just me being an old VR developer. That was my in to the industry. That was my first job, was doing VR stuff. Back when that was like all the rage in like 2016 or whatever. Even earlier, god, like 2014, 2015. You know, the Oculus Rift and all that shit. But that's never gonna happen. I have a sneaking suspicion that our arcade mode is being flipped from true to false at some point. Nope. VR is only good for Beat Saber? I disagree. VR is so expensive? That's not true. You can buy VR headsets for like 200 bucks. Yeah, the HP mixed reality is $250. $200 is still plenty of dollars, sure, but like that's not bad. People still have in their heads that VR headsets are like $700 or whatever, and like sure, the latest and greatest, sure, but like a fucking MXR HP headset from like 6 years ago. Like, you can get that used for, like, what, 100 to 200 bucks? You know? Like, that's not, that like, VR is expensive, air quotes, is not really true anymore. And, like, that will be, and, like, that headset can be used for a lot of stuff. Like, how much is a fucking PlayStation VR? Yeah, $220, $229, and you can plug that into your computer and play and like connect it. What the fuck? And like connect to Steam VR through that. Like it is possible. The Quest? No, I'm not talking about the Quest. I'm talking about the HP mixed reality or PlayStation VR. I never mentioned the Quest. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where you're getting that information from. The HP mixed reality is not Facebook. And I'm sure, I doubt, you know, HP is a corporation. I doubt they're perfect or anything. But they're not Facebook. Kibby, I don't know where you're getting Facebook from. I never mentioned that. I never said the word Quest. Okay, let's see if we can input our initials now.
You died.
So we need to skip the results screen. Arcade mode is true. How is the reward screen being triggered? Musel, hello. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so just not like its quality is decent. Yeah, VR headsets aren't expensive anymore. Like, you know, like, sure, yeah, the latest and greatest, sure, but that's true for any console, right? You know, you can get a PS4 pretty cheap these days. And like the thing is with, you know, with PC, like you can, like those will work. You might have compatibility issues, but I'm pretty certain you can play Half-Life Alyx on a HT whatever mixed reality. Is it Microsoft? The HP? No, it's HP. It's Hewlett Packard. Oh, it's HP just Windows. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I swore HP was independent. Well, never mind then. But yes, the original claim that VR headsets are always so expensive is just not true. And I just, like, I'm not telling you to buy these. I'm just saying that that is just not a true statement anymore. You can find VR headsets for like, yeah, $200. When people say VR headsets are so expensive, like they're talking about at launch when they were like $700, and that's just not true anymore. I just want to correct that misinformation that's being spread around, because this is not true anymore. Okay. Probably thinking of Dell. That's probably what I'm thinking of instead of HP. Yeah, Dell. I love VR. I fucking adore VR. So why are you triggering? Okay, yeah. Look, talking about the ethics of using a big corporate device is a completely different conversation to, are VR headsets super expensive? Alright.
You died.
What the fuck? Why is the reward screen showing up? Sorry, I'm being really loud. Sorry, that was really loud. I'm so sorry, chat. Freya says, hi there, I've been following for a while and I love your style. Thank you, thank you. Sorry, that was really loud. I'm just really frustrated.
You died.
Okay. Campaign mode is set to true. Okay, that makes sense. Does this just set campaign mode to true on begin play? I'm pretty sure it does. So if okay, so then you gotta let the angels out? I guess I do. False. True. Now I'm curious as to why it only happens sometimes. All right, case. There we go. Fun. Okay, I don't know why it fucking sends us back into campaign interstitial. Honey Azalea and Meowcat, I'm going to kindly ask you two to take your private conversation to DMs. Thank you very much. Okay, so campaign interstitial, because campaign mode is true. Fascinating. Okay, so
Died.
oh, excuse me. Buzz, buzz. This should take us to the main menu now. It's not doing a fade out. Okay, yeah, now we're back at the main menu. Okay, that's good. We are going to, yeah, I guess we'll just trigger a manual fade out. Excuse me. Okay, so I just added a manual fade to black. That should be it. Excuse me.
You died.
There's our fade to black. Alright. Is that Gianni? Metrograno? It sure is. Gianni is announcer B or announcer A. He's one of the announcers. He's one of the two announcers. Okay. Oh yeah, that's a good fade out. Bit quick, but I don't really care. Do I just copy and paste all this? Okay, yeah, chat, we're going to start doing some... No, we need to skip... Before we do some fun art, we're going to skip the results screen, which... The results screen basically is like, oh, you are second place, and this player is third place, and this player is fourth place. Like that. There are no placements in this race because it's a a custom boss fight, a single player boss fight. So we need to skip the results. So we go straight to lap times for our record, and then the leaderboard. So results screen. I guess I'm just gonna make a new value and just call it skip results screen. Yeah, we have a couple skip booleans. We'll do skip results screen. Okay, and we're going to set this new value to true. There is no third place in boss fights. Exactly, Kibby, exactly. Announcer G for Gianni Matrograno. Ba ba da ba, ba da ba ba, ba ba da ba, ba da ba ba, ba ba da ba, ba da ba ba. Okay, so we need to skip the results screen, and then we can make a custom background, which is, we'll make a custom animation for the worm. I'll probably just take an animation from one of the end cutscenes and then just make a loopable version of it. Nothing crazy, just a very simple animation. Oh, maybe we can do the animation of the baby angel doing the worm on the ground. That'd be fun because like you won, so like you do like so like you're doing the worm. That's used in the credits. Hold on, let's do the worm. What Hold on, where's the baby hunter? Baby, I forgot what I named this asset. The squid. I think it's just called squid. Yeah, squid. Where's our squid animation? I want to look at our. We should, yeah. Where are our squid animations? And I'm squid. And I'm squid. And I'm squid. The squid moving and grooving. Yeah, there is. Where's our squid? Like it. Hee. We should totally use this. Or should I? Okay, well. We'll see. I want to see if we. I might make a slimy. Just like showing it being all slimy on the ground. Okay. Anyways, let's get back to work. We need to do the skip results screen first, and then I think we should be good. To like make a little scene, make a little diorama scene. So we're going to grab the Kart UI reference and set skip. Huh? There we go, and then set skip result screen to true. Okay, so we're going to set that to true, and now that that's true, now we need to actually build the functionality, which is just going to be us skipping a bunch of code. So, let's see how this works. Battle mode, widget index, set focus. That isn't required. This is the actual race manager stuff. Next, okay, so we're gonna get skip results screen, and we're just gonna make a huge old bypass right here. Let's see how this works, how this looks. Ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba.
You died.
Well, that didn't work. It's not be more difficult than I first thought. Chat, what do we do? Alright, let me put in a breakpoint and then... Sorry, that was rhetorical. I'll put in a breakpoint and then we'll see where the problem arises from. Down worm. Okay. Okay. Warbird, hello! How are you? We're about to do some fun art. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 3 months streak. Warbird, I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty good. We're kind of lost in the weeds right now. But we're getting there. You're playing the wrong animation? That could be it. Ah, this is why. You are set to invisible, and we bypass the invisibility switch. So we're gonna hit compile. Okay. And then Tiffany, sorry, Teofel, Cadence, I want to call you Caden, says, I haven't been on social media in a hot minute, but I love seeing that you're still adding to Nightmare Kart. Thank you, thank you. Katie, okay. Wait, Katie! Oh my god, Katie, it's you! It's been so long, it's been like 5 years? Oh my god, Katie, hello, how are you? Oh my god, what the fuck? How... You're always missing my streams? I didn't even know you were still, like, following me. Oh my gosh, hi, how are you? It's been way too long. I'm good, I hope you're good. I'm great, I'm doing great. I'm working on the game. Oh my god, Katie, we should hang out next time I'm in California. If you're still in California. You don't have to answer that. I don't want to dox you or anything. Did we just skip the... I wasn't even paying attention! Wait. Oh shit, there were errors, but I missed it. Next time I'm in town, we should totally hang out. It's been so long. Do you still talk to Kyle? I met you through Kyle, I believe. Yeah, you're Kyle's friend. Not as much? Gotcha. Okay, it showed results for like half a second. So I'll need to fix that. Okay. Good morning, Sigil. Sandwife says, praise the nunlith. Yes, praise me. I demand praise. Okay, so what was that? There was like a delay in the flip. I know exactly why, because we wait 0.5 seconds to switch. So if skip results screen is true, then we are, we are going to actually set the widget index immediately. And then I guess set the widget index a second time. Once again, slightly inefficient, don't really care. Caden says he finally put out a demo for his game, and I was like, you didn't tell me. Oh my god, really? I want to play his game. I mean, we don't talk anymore, but I want to play his game. You can like DM me on Blue Sky or something if you want. If you don't want to post any information in in chat. I don't know if you're on Blue Sky. I don't even know if you have a Blue Sky account or anything. Oh my gosh, it's been so long. Yeah, send me a message. We should totally connect. Reconnect.
You died.
I want to play Kyle's game. Demo. Okay. So it looks like we need to just bypass this. Ba ba da ba. Does Kyle person make a cool game? Yeah. I don't know. I want to play his demo. False. True. Does that mess anything up? I don't think so. What music are you putting on next? Something chill. Our vibes are pretty chill right now. What am I allowed to stream? Too bad Armored Core 6's music is fucking boring as shit, in my opinion. What you allowed to disagree with? Is City Trial too extreme? City Trial is pretty chill, right? Tides of Tethys. Remember last time I talked to him, he was making like a third-person shooter. City Trial is pretty chill. Yeah, Quentin. I don't. Okay, this is not an announcement, but if I have enough motivation to keep working on Nightmare Kart, I think a city trial type mode would be really fun.
You died.
Once again, I'm not saying that I'm going to make a city trial mode for Nightmare Kart, but it's just something I think about, you know. Boo, boo, boo. Okay, this seems pretty solid. Let me do another one. Ah, excuse me.
You died.
And I got all the biomes already. Okay, yeah, let's rate the lap times. That shouldn't say lap times. I should change that name. That shouldn't say... Wangfest says, do not put in the paper that Funland is making a city trial mode for Nightmare Kart. It's just something I'm thinking about, you know? I'm just thinking about it. Okay, so blackout cam. Oh yes. So we need to change what lap time says. No one's ever made a semi-open world Bloodborne type city level? I mean, Bloodborne did. What are you talking about, Kitty? I'm so confused by things that you're saying. Do I like cats? Sure. Yeah, I love cats. Cats are great. Don't like that. I don't like how they shed though. With a car? Well, you can drive in a lot of open world games. What? Are you what? Splash Zone, thank you so much for the rate of 9. Hello, hello, hello. Queenie says cats and I shed equally, so in that way I'm used to it. Oh god. No, Queenie, I was looking through some old selfies. Oh my god, Queenie, I was looking through some old selfies where I went through a part of my life where I owned a white cat. Oh my god, Queenie, my witch hat was covered in white cat hair. It was embarrassing. Me looking into the past from the future, from the present day, I was embarrassed for myself. I was like, I post these pictures online with my hat having that much cat hair on it. Oh my good golly gee willikers. Next time get a black cat. I mean, we also owned a black cat. We owned both. We owned a black cat and a white cat. It was embarrassing. I don't know. You look at like early transition photos. I feel like I feel like it's pretty common for trans people to look at like earlier transition photos and just be like, oh, just be like, oh. So we need to change lap times. What should we change the title lap times to be? Time to kill, time to beat. Boss time, maybe boss time. Boss time works. Set boss time. What's this asset called? Message. Oh, it's called Message Window 1. Wow, great job, Past Lilith. You fucking You fucking doofus. Message window 1. What the fuck? Oh, get message window 1. Wangfout says, looking at early transition photos. Yeah. I thwomp pretty hard when I do that. Set text. Get text. Set text. The message window is one of the first assets I made for the demake, and because of that, it is very poorly made. You need 2 nodes to change the text. 3 if you include the text block. Get boss time. I guess that must be called boss time. Boss time! It's boss time! It's boss time! It's boss time! It's boss time! Oh yeah, pre-HRT, that's a whole different ball game. Early HRT, or sorry, early transition, I shouldn't say early HRT, early transition, for sure, is a different vibe.
You died.
Zap! Boss fight. I forgot to check the lap times. It should say boss time. And then we're going to need to beat this boss legitimately, because we don't have a trigger yet, so we need to build a trigger and then beat the boss legitimately. But I know this stream has been going on for a little while, so I want to do some fun art.
Died.
Boss time. I'm the boss. The boss. Okay. 5 hours without a Twitch crash. Unbelievable. Don't jinx it now. Okay, boss time. What engine is what Unreal Engine is this? This is Unreal Engine 4 point something. Unreal Engine 4. Shit, excuse me. That was a horrible burp. That was like a 1 out of 10. Alright, yeah, let us do some animation for a slippery, slimy little monster. I guess we'll just put it here. Okay, I'm gonna dip to BRB just for 1 second. Kibby says, other streamers, I hate burping on stream, Bunlip. Really? I guess streamers hate burping on stream. Is it like gross when I do that? I mean, I guess it is. I don't know. I'm just a burpy girl. Where is my... Sorry, I'm going through my Windows hierarchy. I don't want y'all to see my Explorer. Who knows what I got in there? I got some weird shit in this hard drive. Nothing illegal, but you know, I don't want to like flash some image thumbnails that I on screen. You know what I mean? Probably. Think you can pick up what I'm putting down? Don't worry, I'm not doing anything illegal. My not doing anything illegal shirt is raising questions answered by my shirt. I just don't want some random thumbnail to show up on screen of something that I don't want people to see. You know what I mean? The streamer is not doing anything illegal behind the BRB screen. Here, okay, I'm sure. Well, I'm deep enough in the hierarchy. Yeah? I'm just going through this right now. Squid. Squid, squid, squid. Look at our little guy. Look at our little guy. Okay, nothing too crazy. Also, this squid's hierarchy is fucking awful. I did not make a proper rig for this. That's fine. The squid has the same texture as Miralodia? You don't say. I wonder if that means something. Honey Acilia says, I had seen a Blender tutorial by Blender Guru, then I heard he used ChatGPT. Yeah, he also, like, said slurs. But yeah, add ChatGPT to the pile. I am not surprised, though. Why can't I say the F slur anymore, guy is using ChatGPT? What a fucking shocker. What a flip-flacking shocker. Gross, slimy guy. The F slur, yeah. The LGBT unfriendly one, yeah. I remember specifically. Quinny says, "Oh, little donut guy needs ChatGPT to help him model. Oh, can't cook anymore? Need ChatGPT to figure out for you? What's that? Does someone need ChatGPT to fuck his wife?" I'll get his gross little freak. Why do you have so many holes on your body? That's weird. Little worm guy, do you know you're fucking weird? Little freaky worm guy. Katie says, I didn't realize I wasn't following you on Blue Sky. Sorry, Kaden. I didn't realize I was following you on Blue Sky, but I had no idea I'm gonna lurk mode while I go clean my apartment. Glad I was able to pop in and say hey. Absolutely, absolutely. I'll see you later, Kaden. Yeah, we just need some wiggling, you know? We just need some wiggling. We just need some wiggling from this guy. DOS says, good morning, Queen. Hello. How are you? Sorry, I was making a pretty, trying to make a loop that's up to my standard. We got a little wiggler. We don't want any clipping either. Me petting the wiggly worm and hoping it doesn't eat my hand. Yeah, it looks pretty wiggly. Now let's make the front tentacles. Like that's... yeah... Here, let me just offset this whole thing. Quality wiggle worm. Okay, now let's do, let's do... don't need to hold. Do the tentacle boys. Bloody Canvas says, Baba, hi, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good. How did you get the curves to follow through on each loop? I always consider that manually. Is there a way for it to happen automatically? I do it manually too. I just did it manually. There we go. That's some gross tentacles. That's good enough, I'll say. Is it good enough? I feel like I'm over animating this. That looks a lot better. Okay, so let us get this exported. Huh. Okay. Where's our guy? Why are you in the ground? Okay. And we have some slime sounds, so I'm gonna go ahead and pause city trial, or make it. I'll pause city trial for now. I think I have some slime. Cool. All right. So now, because worms are in the ground, you're so true, Kibby. You're so true. Okay, so we're going to spawn a guy. Gonna get camera 5, I believe. Yeah, we're gonna duplicate you. Which makes you camera actor 7. Where's our guy? There you are. We'll have it be raining, because why not? Well, in the original cutscene, it's raining. Live worm reaction! Yag. Should have a little worm shadow. Do I care enough to have a worm shadow? The cutscene in Nightmare Kart doesn't have a worm shadow. We're not gonna worry about a worm shadow. Okay, so both of you are gonna be invisible. Worm, 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 worm. Okay. So, we are going to actually just duplicate all of this. Worm, 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 worm. No, we're not. We are going to... Worm, 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 worm. Oh, dynamic vertex light. This is Unreal Engine 4, Coral. Worm, 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 worm. Alright. No more city trial. What else are we listening to? Let's do Roundabout. Roundabout will be good for streaming. So crawled free thinkers when worm. Alright, let's see how this works. Looks like Worm's back on the menu, boys.
You died. Shit. Alright, let's see how this looks. Po body. You died.
Says Boster rules, not Boster's drool. Over how cool and awesome Boster is. You're silly. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's get rid of that ringing noise. Yeah, live worm reaction. That is a horribly shot worm, though. And our you're still camera 5, that's why. It needs to be camera 7. my goodness gracious me. Alright.
You died.
Yeah, that's great. That's perfect. It's perfectly framed in between the UI elements, too. I need to... Okay, there's a few things I need to do. First off, the teleport for the player. Needs to be earlier. And also, we need a hat. Where is the hunter hat? Because I'm afraid people won't know that this is the main character turning into a baby gray one. Sorry, a baby angel. So what I like in the original cutscene, I put a little hat next to it to like hopefully clue you in. Is the idea. It's not going to be wearing the hat. It's going to be on the floor next to it, though. The hat is environmental storytelling. It is. It absolutely is. I had an animation of the hat blowing away. I really don't want to grab that entire cutscene. Can there be an option for it to wear the hat? That's feature creep, Moth. No, bad. Feature creep bad. Feature creep bad. Feature creep bad. Okay. That should be good enough. Now I'm realizing the ending cutscene is takes place on the field. Should I make this grass? Oh, buddy, says, The feature creep is a little gremlin-like figure who whispers to game devs at night with stuff like even a small degree of customization would add character. How about a fishing minigame? What if your accessibility features aren't robust enough? Feature creep should be a monster. That itself is feature creep! The prophecy fulfills itself. Okay, we gotta change material to be the grass, which is because the final phase, when you beat the final boss, it takes place on a grassy hill. So I'm gonna change this material of this floor here to be grass, the same grass texture. I just want players to not be confused. Like, why are we looking at a random worm? So if we show the hunter hat and the grass, hopefully they understand that they turned into the worm. Touching grass. There's a creep that goes around eating features. Feature creep. The feature creep is what I call the goblin living in my attic, says Courtney. Oh my god, it's almost 6. I have Zelda night in an hour. Oops. Probably end the stream soon. Well, I'm on a roll though. We missed the gobos. Okay. Hopefully none of these actors should have. Perfect. Why there's a red light on it though? I can maybe up the texture density on that. Let me double the texture density. Yeah, it's the boss light, don't worry. I thought I moved it far away enough, but clearly I didn't. Pobody says, I love that you're first playtesting initially and immediately hurling yourself off the map as quickly as possible, which is exactly what every player will attempt. There you go. That's a much better textile density on the ground. That light's still there. I don't really care. I have to fix it. CBD! Alright. you're right. Drugs are bad.
Nightmare charts.
Okay, so now all we need to do is actually trigger this. Nope. Trigger. Trigger arcade mode leaderboard. Excuse me? Oh my goodness, chat. Oh god. Oh, I need a big bunny stretch. Okay. Here we go. So, arcade mode. So right now, when you beat the level in arcade mode, it just boots you to the main menu. We're now going to do trigger arcade mode leaderboard. I'm so hardworking, thank you. Luckily, I have debug skips all over. Phase 3.5. That's really funny. This has to be here. Okay. So once again, this is the final boss. So like 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 spoilers. But we're gonna go ahead and I have some debug skips. So some of the boss will be skipped. But we are gonna do the platforming level. We turn music back on. How are we doing volume-wise? Volume is good? Alright, cool. Okay. Car platforming, yeah. It is. It literally is just car platforming. You know, I never put the red light in this cutscene. I always forgot to put the red light in here. we're playing at a really low frame rates, so some of the timing's all fucked up. I have like instant max damage skips and stuff. Alright, so will it play our... Okay. So... That was weird. Okay, so a bunch of stuff broke. It's worming time! Okay, so it did break a bunch of stuff. It's broken. Lorm Ipsum says, "Whoa, didn't know you for Nightmare Kart. I found your YouTube videos first, funnily enough. Anyway, holy shit, you're awesome. Thank you, Lorm Ipsum. I really appreciate that. All roads lead to Worm." Kibby says, "Bunlet deserves credit for making a kart game that isn't just a straightforward Mario Kart clone." Pie the Cyber Guy says, fabulously done. Using the bike as a weapon goes hard. Equal parts slapstick and radical. Thank you. I guess that's kind of the vibe of Nightmare Kart as a whole, is equal parts silly and cool. Okay, so you're broken as fuck. I'm going to... Yeah, shut up. I'm going to... That's just a warning. Who cares? Right, so we are going to... We're actually going to teleport. Ugh. Oh, you fuck. Okay, so we're gonna teleport. Okay, so we're gonna teleport the exit mirror to the front of the level. So we're gonna just teleport the mirror right here. Okay. Caden says Twisted Metal is wild. Sorry, should I call you Caden or Katie? I know online you're Caden. Do you go by Caden these days? I mean, I can call you Caden if you want. Either's fine? Okay. Man, I go through? Why did I go through it? What the fuck? Get back here, you fuck! So we're gonna get a weird bop noise. There we go. And then it fades out again. And then it fades up to the actual cutscene. And our UI pops on screen and it's wrong. Nobody says, I made a discussion about what makes projects good, and our guest speaker was adamant about don't despite your obstructions or limitations. What do you mean despite? What do you mean by despite? Oh, excuse me. Despise. Don't despise your obstructions or limitations. They'll make your art special, and I think that's part of the low poly genre appeal. Yeah, I mean, same with pixel art and all that stuff. Limitations breed innovations. Okay, so we do not, okay, so then we do not, okay, it triggered because we triggered the fade out music, even though the music stopped. We do not need a delay here. We want to set a manual camera fade immediately. I believe that's the only problem. And the HUD is, what's going on with the HUD? Okay, well, I think that will fix a few of the visual and audio bugs. I think the UI will still be broken, but it should be good now. Ugh, squirrely bastard. Good. Okay. on my way to get wormed. There we go. Okay, the animation popped a little bit. I don't know if I care enough to fix that. Okay, and the UI is broken. Like, it's not triggering. I do like the time in the corner. But I guess we won't. The time is in the post results screen. That's the whole point. Let's see if we can fix this before. I need to end the stream in an hour. Or maybe in like 45 minutes. Let's see if we can fix this. Okay, so for some reason the post race rewards isn't triggering. Okay, hopefully that doesn't. That does it. Ah, damn it. None of goes nuclearly hard. Well, I'm glad you think so. We also need to make sure. Well, I can see in arcade mode you can't skip cutscenes, but I do want to just for myself. I want to make sure the cutscene skip doesn't break this. Get that flash again. And the post-race reward screen isn't triggering. Why is it triggering? Emil says, "Hi, love to watch you work on the blue sky." Thank you, I appreciate that. Artsin says, "Boss or chat, I'll go to sleep. Good night." Good night. I'll see you later. Okay, so why aren't you triggering? Oh, that was fast as fuck! Sorry, that was perfect. That's bad. Okay. Now, why player index is -1. Why is player index -1? Okay, it doesn't matter. We'll just build in a switch. Bypass player index check. Okay. This compile takes a while. Did not mean for that to rhyme. Whoopsie daisy. Oopsie doodles. This compile takes a while. Buddy says there's a tiny update for Nightmare Kart. None less doing the dance, Orange Justice dance in the Pope's grave. Okay. Bypass index player check. Okay, this should theoretically fix this. I don't know why. And there we go. The times are different. You know why? That time's probably still counting. Even during the cutscene, that's probably it. Okay. I mean, all we need to do is just hide that value. Right, so yeah, we just need to hide the minimap, hide the timer, and I think we're good. I think we're done. We'll have to do a test. We'll have to do like a full test, but I'm pretty sure that's it. Then we can end the stream. So canvas panel timer and Kart minimap. Okay. Honey Zelia, I'll see you later. You have a good night. Okie pokey. Well, I need to keep an eye on the time when we defeat Mirlodia. I wasn't keeping an eye on the time. Whoops. We're gonna have to check it again. $27. Thank you so much, Tosh. For... Yep, perfect. Okay, great. Yeah, that's fun. That's a good UX. Like, it fades out and then it fades up. And you see the worm next to the hat. I feel like, you know, people will be able to put two and two together. And also, you know, that's also just the plot of Bloodborne. So, like, you know, I feel like Bloodborne fans will be playing Nightmare Kart. Okay. This took a lot of work, but I'm really happy we were able to knock this out in a single sitting. Let me... Okay, so it did show up for a single frame, the assets. So I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to move this over here. Before the attach, then we're going to set it hidden here. We're going to get the player cart reference. We're going to get cart map. No, cart UI reference. Then we're going to plug you in here. Now we should be good. Let me do one more test, and then we're going to turn off all of our debug stuff and trigger it as we would in arcade mode. Nobody says, you remarkable work on a good time schedule. I'm continuously surprised by the output versus time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's all about, you know, trying to get as much done as possible in the shortest amount of time, while still, you know, making a good product. I shouldn't say product, but making a good piece of art. You know, like, I could spend 10 years on this, but I don't want to, and no one else wants me to. You know, it's all about, you know, what do you spend your time making perfect, and what times do you not spend, you know, that amount of effort. If you want every single aspect of your game to be perfect, air quotes, your game's gonna take 10 years to make, and I'm just not doing that. Well, thank you. I appreciate the A+ in this hypothetical performance review. If I had money, get a raise too. Yeah. I mean, I have Patreon. I get paid. I get paid a little bit a month. Not to live off of, but the bunny performance review is coming up. Yeah. That flash. Why does it do that sometimes? It still flashes for a second, but okay, yeah, 28 seconds. Okay. Ooh. What happened here? Title text here. That's new. We don't want that. Okay, so I am going to turn off all my debug skips. Oh shit, what was plugged in here? I think it was this. Bloody Canvas says, for some reason, seeing the Wiggleworm baby past blasted me to crimson skies. I see, I see. Okay, and then at LWMedia Expressway. But doing good. I'm glad you think that. I guess, what did we say it was? 5% chance of triggering? Okay, well, we'll leave it at 100% now, just to test. Okay. I guess it'll just trigger in this level. Are there any other levels that have a, I guess we can look through them all. Sewer Circuit does not have a moon. Astral On-Ramp does not have a room. Excuse me, a moon. No. Guild, no. Dream Course? Does Dream Course have a moon? Dream Course might have a moon. Oh, it's behind us though. It needs to be visible from the finish line. Odin Track. So these are the old names. So the Angel Graveyard, I believe, has the moon behind us. And Angel Graveyard has way too much bloat in it. So I might not even want to add it, even if the moon is visible, which I don't think it is. I think the moon's behind us again. Right? Is there even a moon in this level? There isn't. That's fucking hilarious. Talk about an oversight. The Snow Castle is not finished. That is for the DLC. So we're not going to have it trigger here. But, I mean, I'm opening it, so I might as well do a little fly around. Yeah, Snow Castle. I mean, Snow Castle doesn't have a sky yet. It does have a sky, okay, but no moon. Okay, makes sense. And then the woods. The woods might have a moon on startup. Is it just LWMedia Expressway that has a moon on startup? That's fine. Like I said, I'm kind of basing this off of the reptile unlock from Mortal Kombat, which is only triggered in a single level. So, like, I'm okay with that. There's no moon in this level either. I mean, I guess I could add one, right? I could theoretically add a moon here. Like, right? Like, why couldn't I?
Forbidden Forest.
Like, I could add a moon right here. I totally could. Why isn't there a moon in this level? That's an oversight. That is an oversight. We're adding a moon. And you know, I might as well add a moon to fucking Angel Graveyard as well. That's so cringe. I never added a moon in half these levels. That's so funny. You know why? It's because it's so cloudy. It's so cloudy you can just never see the moon. That's why. That's totally why. Never having it actually in the same direction every time. You know what? In Bloodborne PSX, I actually put a little bit of effort into making sure the clock tower and all the outside assets were consistent between levels. Damn, that's a bright moon. We got anything less bright? That's even more bright. Got anything? Got moon white. Oops. Dark. That looks great. You know, nice contrast in the sky. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, okay. Looks pretty good. There, boom. Perfect. Look at that shit. Okay. Let me just log this data. Okay, delete you. Okay. Oh, excuse me. That's pretty good. Thank you. Wait, what's pretty good? I said thank you before I even bothered to ask what you're talking about. Do you mean the Mirlodia in front of the moon? Yeah. So that's going to be the trigger. It's going to be a 5% chance of Mirlodia showing in front of the moon, and if she does, you drive backwards, and then when that happens, it will load you into the boss fight. Yeah, 5% chance, 0.05. So unfortunately, this is a copy and paste job. I did not make this a universal function. It's fine. Woods. Save. Laser Shark says, hey Bundler, just passing by to say hi. I hope you have a great stream. Thank you. I appreciate that. Turn on my music. Just we got a little something something. You know what I mean? Oh goodness gracious. Oh good golly. Okay, so we're just going to pasta this back in. Hell, soy intro. Oh, actually, I do know what that is. Okay. Okay, so we're going to, once again, make this a 100% chance of triggering instead of 5 for the sake of testing. And this value, you're a very different value. Okay. Oh, excuse me.
Forbidden Forest.
Oh, there she is. You gotta catch a little glimpse of her. Alright, I'm gonna drive backwards. Oh wait, we can't do this because there's a drop off here. I might have to make it a smaller check. Yeah, because there's we can't drive the wrong way for too long, or else the fence. Right, let's do this. Let's do this legitimately. Wait, no, we can't do this legitimately. We need to... Hold on. Return to menu. We need to trigger this from the menu. I want to trigger this from the menu. Shit. Oh, okay. Hold on, chat. I need to... Because we're in campaign mode, returning to menu returns you to campaign interstitial. So... Okay, we should be good now. Alright, so. Okay. Alright, let's show this boss what for. I'm going to return to the menu first. So we're going to go to Forbidden Forest. We gotta be the hunter. Let's do something fun. Let's do, let's do the wheelchair.
Hunter.
Hunter! Baby Hunter!
Forbidden Forest.
Yeah, so that's an abrupt stop. We need to fade the music out, and yeah, the 8th place. You can't really see it because bottom left is blocking it. Because I'm blocking it, I mean. But yeah. Okay. So. Bye, buddy. I'll see you later. Bunny is locking in. I probably should let that cutscene play. Oh well. Ah, you fuckhead. We're getting big chugs. This game's chugging. It doesn't like all my stream stuff open. Alright. That guy's dead. We can now focus on Miralodia. Oh, whoops. I mean, whatever, that works. All right. Thank you, thank you. We'll see if it works. Strange. We got a okay, we got so much. We triggered a death at the same time. Interesting. We triggered a death at the same time. Let's do one more. I was at like 1 pixel of health when it happens. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it makes sense that I triggered a death at the same time. I can just set the I can set the player to be invulnerable after I do the attack, the final attack. What even killed me? Did I teleport really far? I might have teleported. I might have clipped through the ground or something. I'm not sure, because the sniper boss was dead. So how did that even happen? Fuck! Sorry. Sorry. I skipped over the, you know what happens. I skipped over the launch pad. Alright, chat. Let's, we got one more try. And I'm gonna end the stream after this. 6 hours. That's pretty long. Feeling pretty tired of yourself? Yeah, we're gonna finish soon. Win or lose, rain or shine, we're gonna finish this. This is the pro strat, by the way. You just keep flipping the camera around and doing like drive-bys. Oh! Alright, here we go. That's why the wheelchair wasn't at the top of the hill in the last cutscene, because we died. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Okay, so there's no, you get the flash, which is super annoying, which is in the campaign also. Okay. 235. Okay, so we didn't place in the leaderboard, and for some reason that is not updating the weekly leaderboard. Okay. That must be why. so, okay. We need to remove boss fight demo because this is now triggered via our secret thingy. But we can, I'll do that, I'll do that another time. We're at 6.5 hours. So I'm gonna go ahead and finish this, end this here. Actually, hold on. Let me look at this. Fade out music, why are you not triggering? Unknown, that's why, okay. Hold on, chat. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and end this here. Chat, thank you so much for hanging out. That was a very long stream, but I'm really happy. That was a work day. That was a full work day. That was 6 hours. I try to shoot for 6-hour work days. So thank you so much. I mean, my day isn't over. I've got a whole bunch more streaming to do for the top paying patrons. But that'll be it for this stream specifically. I appreciate every one of you for hanging out, chatting, or lurking, whatever. Don't matter. I don't care. I'll judge. So I will see you all next time. Bye bye. Peace out.